Good to go. Good evening. Before we call this meeting to order, we will hear instruction on how the public may access Spanish interpretation.
Thank you, Mayor. We are offering live interpretation in Spanish on our Zoom platform this evening. To select Spanish interpretation, press the icon at the bottom of your screen where you will see a globe icon. Select Spanish. If you're joining via Zoom smartphone app, select your language by clicking More or the three dots at the bottom of your screen. Select Language Interpretation and press Spanish. Buenas noches, estamos ofreciendo interpretación en español en vivo y en directo en nuestra plataforma Zoom. Para tener acceso a interpretación, oprima el icono del globo terráqueo al pie de su pantalla y seleccione Spanish o español según su formato. Si usted está uniéndose a nosotros vía Zoom en su teléfono inteligente, seleccione los tres puntitos al pie de su pantalla. Elija Interpretación y seleccione Spanish o español según su formato y pulse listo para activar su canal. Muchas gracias. Thank you, Mayor. Back to you.
Thank you. We'll start with our land acknowledgement. The City of South Lake Tahoe acknowledges the lands we occupy today are the lands and home of the Washishu, the people from here known today as the Washoe Tribe of Nevada and California, a sovereign nation. Since the beginning of time and for thousands of years before the arrival of any other people, the Washoe lived here and cared for this place, with values and intention that we can all learn from. On behalf of the City Council, I would like to acknowledge, thank, and honor the indigenous Washoe tribal communities that are the past, present, and future stewards of the Lake Tahoe Basin. And with that, we'll call this meeting to order and move to the Pledge of Allegiance.
Recording in progress.
And Ms. Blankenship, can we get a roll call?
Councilmember Horgan. Present. Councilmember Jenkins.
Here.
Councilmember Robbins.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Roberts.
Here.
Mayor Bass.
Here.
All present.
Great. And Ms. Stroud, do we have a closed session report?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We did not have closed session today, but I do have one item to report out from our closed session meeting on October 21st, 2025. We had a conference with legal counsel regarding existing litigation for a workers' compensation appeals board case regarding former employee Patrick Campbell, case number ADJ 147499718. And the settlement for that case has been executed. It's a settlement by way of compromise and release in the amount of $45,000.
Great. Thank you. With that, we're going to go ahead and move on to public communication. This is the public's opportunity to speak on any topic not listed on this agenda. Comments shall be limited to 4 minutes. In accordance with the Brown Act, the City Council cannot deliberate or vote on any matter raised under public communications, but may briefly respond to statements made or questions posed. So with that, I'll open up public comment, and we will be responding to any question or statements at the very end of public comment so that everybody knows. So whoever would like to come up first, go ahead. Yes, please just come forward and state your name for the record.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Terry Rubald, and I'm with the Carson City, Nevada Host Lions Club. I don't know if you've ever heard of the Lions Club, but we are a worldwide organization that is a service organization. In fact, that's our motto, we serve. Many years ago, there was a Lions Club in this community, and we are hoping to reestablish a Lions Club. I'm actually here today to ask you your permission to be placed on a future agenda for a special presentation to let you know about the programs and efforts that the Lions International and the Carson City Host Lions, who would be the sponsor of a possible club here. We'd like to familiarize you with what we do, and that is why I'm here.
Great. Well, thank you so much, and thank you for being here. Yes, Ms. Soderson.
Good evening, Melissa Soderson, South Lake Tahoe. I will start by saying today is Holocaust Remembrance Day. So as we remember all of the horror during that Holocaust, we can look to the current genocide in Palestine And again, I ask that this city council ensure that our city is completely divested from anything that is funding the genocide in Palestine. Then I want to talk about ICE again. I have been in here since February when I asked former Mayor Wallace to resign because of her stance on immigration, and we still don't have a solid plan from our city. We are surrounded by ICE. We have witnessed multiple people be murdered in our streets because of ICE. We have a federal facility and an international airport in Reno, Nevada. We have a federal ICE facility and an international airport in Sacramento, California. We have seen ICE agents recently in Placerville. We know that multiple residents from our community have been kidnapped by ICE, some of them in Reno, some of them in Sacramento, some of them from our own community. We need an ordinance in place proactively to ensure that ICE agents, federal agents of any type, will not be allowed to stage or function or step foot on public property within our city limits. We don't want them in our city. They don't need to be staging on city property. We also need to ensure that local law enforcement is not going to work with them. Our city is not going to work with them for any data transfers, any camera access, any jail records, any immigration from jail to immigration pipeline stuff. We need all of this in place. We will be protecting our communities. I encourage everyone out there to meet your neighbors, to form action groups, to learn how to defend your neighborhood, because we will be doing it whether the city does it or not. We do not want any cooperative warrants with our local law enforcement. There should be no surveillance of protests. There should be no law enforcement presence of any kind at protests. There should be no restriction of protests. There should be no blocking of protests. And I can guarantee you that this is already in our city. I am trying very hard not to lose my shit this time again, but I appreciate, Scott, I saw you make a public statement on your private stuff. Cody, I really thank you for your heartfelt statement. But the city needs to take a stance. And you guys have all seen my activism. You've watched me the environment, cannabis, the bears, the forest, fires. I will throw myself in front of a fucking bullet to save my neighbors, and do not make me do it. Don't make me do it. Just keep them out of here.
Thank you, Ms. Otterson. Yes, sir, please come forward and just state your name for the record. You in the front, you ready? Yeah, just come forward if you could.
I am Craig Wheatville. I've lived in South Lake Tahoe for 15 years. I own a house here. I pay property tax. And I totally disagree with what she is saying. I can't get Medi-Cal. I can't pay my bills properly. And when I go to the Medi-Cal office in South Lake Tahoe off of Shady Lane, the only thing they're helping is illegal Mexicans. We have a huge problem with that up here, and I don't agree with it. They came across the border illegally. They don't pay taxes properly. They don't appreciate what they have, and I totally disagree with that. As a U.S. citizen, I have tons of people I know that came to this country legally with visas, and it's disrespectful for them. Another thing I want to address is your roads. All up and down these roads. You did Pioneer Trail, but this is disgraceful to the local people that pay taxes. And your roads are destroyed. Fix it. That's all I gotta say.
Thank you. Anybody else? Yes.
Scott Loberg, South Lake Tahoe taxpayer. I'm extremely disappointed in the turn of events that happened here in making Cody Bass mayor and Scott Robbins' city seal fetish. You know, you might as well change the name of the town to South of Common Sense, because having somebody that's that irresponsible, that gets arrested, gets into trouble with law, doesn't pay their taxes, and gets in trouble with that, is not the face of the city. I know you didn't have too many choices, but good God, can you not pick the bottom of the barrel? It's an embarrassment. I mean, we are in California, but even in California, that's below the standard. And as far as ICE, I think we should support them in any way possible. People are here illegally. That, by definition, they're a criminal. And as far as saying that we're not going to support federal law enforcement, you need to read the Constitution. Federal law trumps state and local ordinances, state law and local ordinance. You know, you've got somebody that is a legal drug dealer selling fruit-flavored vapes. You can't buy them in a liquor store or a grocery store because they're banned in California. But right down the road, you can buy them if they got cannabis in them. Those vapes with flavors are aimed strictly at children. You got names like Forbidden Skittles, Glitter Bomb, Sherbert Haze Sprout, Sour Tsunami, Blue Raspberry, Pineapple Paradise, Pink Jesus, come on, Platinum Cake, Pixie Dust. I mean, that's the representative that you have for the face of the city. You need to rethink this. You're scraping the bottom of the barrel. The notion that he's more qualified because he's run the meetings before is ridiculous. Each one of you should be elected, qualified to run a meeting. You should be trained in that, and it should not come to this. The other thing is the city should be electing council members by district, not at large, and the mayor should be elected at large. Then we can eliminate these kinds of problems. Taking turns with being mayor, that just ensures that you get good mayors and bad mayors. You should get the best available mayor. The only thing I can think of is that you're all dodging it because you know something about the city finance is going to hit the fan here pretty quick, and nobody wants to be in charge when that happens. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else here? Yes.
Hi, Larry Pettigo, South Lake Tahoe. I do have a copy of the Constitution right here if you'd like to read it, sir.
Every day.
Yeah, well, I keep it in my pocket. Just to recap, now that the votes and tallies are in for Prop 50, they've been certified. We know that the details of the vote. In South Lake Tahoe, the vote was 66% yes and 34% no. I hope that in the future, that this city council will take the demographics and political preferences of the community into account before they propose a stance that is contrary to the people that they represent. So that's number one. Point number two is that it's pretty obvious that ICE is out of control. To shoot a woman in the face, I'm sorry, that's just not right. Also, to shoot a veteran, a guy that's working at the VA 10 times that was just filming, that's out of line. And those are U.S. citizens, okay? They're not coming across from any border. They're U.S. citizens just like you, me, everybody, okay? I was born in Long Beach, California. So it's just, it's just wrong. So I don't know what the answer is to this. But I do know one thing. I'll just refresh everybody's memory, I guess, a little bit here. Is that, gosh, I had a paper set here. Here we go. Fourth Amendment, the right of the people. It doesn't say voters, it doesn't say citizens, it says the right of the people to be secure in their persons, houses, paper, and effects against unreasonable searches and seizures shall not be violated, and no warrants shall be issued upon or probable cause supported by an oath or affirmation, and particularly described the place to be searched and the persons and things to be searched. So a warrant, a judge's warrant, not some kind of a Department of Homeland Security warrant. Those are not warrants. They're not signed by a judge. So that's point number 2. Regarding to this business between the Palestine and Israel war, quite frankly, I've been, since I was a kid, since I was 10 years old, I remember the 6-Day War. Sirhan shooting Robert F. Kennedy in Los Angeles. The Summer Games Massacre of 72, the Yom Kippur War of 73, the assassination of Anwar Sadat, Lebanese Civil War of 1982, the Prime Minister of Rabin assassination in 1995, intifadas of the 80s, 90s, 2000s, the truck bombing in Beirut in 1983, suicide bombers, Iraq, Iran, Syria, Libya, Kurds, Turkey, Sunnis versus Shiites, the October attack in 2023, and now Gaza. I have no idea how to solve this. Nobody, I don't think, has. It's been going on for 2,000 years. I would hope that maybe some international body like the UN would get over there and actually set some feet on the ground and for maybe 20, 30, 40 years to settle the peace over there. But barring that, I don't know how that's pertinent to City Council of South Lake Tahoe. Yes, we can have empathy. We all have empathy. Being a human means you have empathy. But again, this seems like something that's just, it's a blood feud, and I don't know how you solve it. So again, I have empathy for all the parties over there, but being 60 years going now, I don't see any end to it myself personally, but that's just my point. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pedigo. Anybody else here in the room that would like to give? Yes, Mr. Collins.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, and staff. Jason Collin. And I just wanted to say that I am proud to have been on the City Council that hired Joe Irvin. And I think, Joe, you've done remarkable things in the 5 years you've been here. And so thank you for your service. You will be missed, and best wishes in your next journey.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Collins. Yes, Mr. Exline.
Good evening, Nick Eckstein for the record from Eckstein & Company. I'll be speaking another second on an item on the agenda. Really just wanted to take this opportunity to share a thought I'd had in terms of things that could improve the development permitting process here in the city of South Lake Tahoe. So in the Tahoe Basin, there's 5 jurisdictions, 4 counties, and the city of South Lake Tahoe. All of those jurisdictions, with the exception of Douglas County, allow for concurrent planning and building department level review. The reason you do that is because the planning process in the building could be 7 to 8 months, depending on how you lay that out sequentially. And so the ability to do it concurrently is one of the most important things you could do to help aid in the regulatory design and permitting process. Every other jurisdiction does it. It's incredibly important. I haven't, in conversations with those staffs and their administrative capacity, haven't heard significant issues in terms of concurrent review. And so if there's something the city can do, that's what they can do. You can't do a lot about price per square foot. You can't do a lot about the TRPA regulations and so forth. But this is something you can do. Everybody else does it. And the fact we don't do it makes things more costly, more expensive, and longer in the city of South Lake Tahoe. I know that's nobody's objective, something that probably hasn't been brought to anybody's attention before. And so I'd communicated in the past with Joe about this. But since I was here today, wanted to throw this suggestion out, and I'll follow up with city staff to kind of continue this conversation. You also just want to follow the comment from the previous speaker. Joe, we're going to miss you deeply, brother. Like, you were such a great member of this community. What you did for us as a community, how you ingratiated yourself, not just in terms of what you were doing here, but just the people in general. Again, I work with a lot of jurisdictions, even beyond the Tahoe Basin, a lot of their administrative, people that run those departments and so forth, and Joe is the absolute best, man. So we lose a treasure, but you're still a friend, brother, and hope to sleep on your couch and catch some waves in Malibu in the future. But thank you so much, and I'll speak with you in the next agenda item.
Great, thank you, Mr. Excellent. Anybody else here in the room? Yes, Mr. Kurtzweiler.
Good evening. The last two speakers, definitely, I'm here to talk about Joe Irvin. I was there the night that we had the interviews and everything, and the Idle Hour, or Idle, whatever that bar is. And I had made the decision that night that he was going to be our next manager, and you're going to be missed, Joe. And I don't have anybody to sell my firewood to now. The other thing is that our company is involved with the demolition and removal of everything inside of the Heavenly Valley or Heavenly Village cinemas. And I just want to talk to, and I've talked to certain city council members also, and I want to reach out to the city offices, the community service officer, the police department, and especially the public works, because they have bent over backwards for us to have obstruction permits, have all the permits and everything in place. And I just want to give a real shout out to these guys in the community and the public works, because you guys bent over backwards for us to allow us to demo that place. And the last thing is, where's my minutes? And the last thing is Mr. Tom Davis. I was very proud to be there, and I was very proud to see that the community had decided to give him the key to the city. I met Tom in 1978 at Sahara Tahoe. I was a room service waiter, and he was involved with the entertainment. And I've known the family. Our kids have grown up together, and I've known them for a long time, 49 years now. And it was a touching moment, because without Tom Davis, that Heavenly Village would not be here, and our community would not have moved forward, along with Hal Cole. Got to throw in for Hal too. But that was Tom's baby, and he built this town, basically, and he improved us, and he put us on the map. And I appreciate you guys giving him the key to the city, because he deserved it very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kurtzweiler. Yes, Mr. Mosier.
Ed Moser, South Lake Tahoe. What I would like to propose is, number one, get this thing out of the center of the podium. I've never seen anything like this. In a way, it interferes with people's paperwork, or if they want to bring their laptop up, number one. Number two is, you see, you change that even where you don't even have that little line we have to track going across the screen.
I'm trying to get it back on there. I can't figure it out.
Okay. What I want to suggest is, I was watching the Bay Area News the other night, and I think it was Santa Clara or San Carlos, someplace, and they were showing a city council meeting, and they had a thing about 2/3 the size of this screen, and with the time, big numbers, about that big right on it. So it was right in front of you, and you could see just how much time you had, and it was quick, easy, simple, and clear. So you know exactly how much time you have. You could bring up your phone or something, but I don't know if I'm going to click it on the same time you start the timer or what, but that would make sense and easy. And technology is very simple. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mosier. Anybody else here in the room? Yes.
Hello, my name is Jesse Bowles. I'm a South Lake Tahoe native. Please excuse my disheveled appearance. I just got home from work and found out that you guys were having a meeting and rushed over. I would like to go on public record to say that it is a dangerous precedent for the continued violation of the Constitution by the president and the threat of using the military against the public. And I came here on Friday to write a concern, and I also showed up at my state representative's office on Thursday to do so and took time off work to do it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bowles. Anybody else here in the room that would like to give public comment? Yes, please come forward.
Hello, thank you. My name is Dina Ramaha. I am a social worker, resident of South Lake Tahoe, business owner, and mother. I would like to talk about, thank you, Melissa, for what you said, and to each and every one of you who came here, and the man who just rushed here, disheveled or not, for coming here and speaking up. This makes me so proud to be part of our community. I wanted to say that it's very evident and very clear that we have entered a time of political consciousness and awareness. This isn't just because of the high turnout of applicants for the position of City Council here in December of 2025, or the increased number of participants that come to City Council meetings. This is something that is happening across our country. You can see from the political awareness and the turnout that we've had an increased, never before in our history have we had so many people apply for and turn out for political positions. Never before in history have we had so many women, people of color, different cultural backgrounds, religions. Not only did they apply for these positions, but they actually won. As I listened to the 21 people who were here and applied for the seat for City Council, I was very proud in each and every one of the people who wanted to stand up and play the role of an important role in our community. However, listening to the issues that the people of our community were challenged with, I couldn't help but to think of how small we have made ourselves. When asked what our community's biggest challenges were, people spoke of support for the unhoused, the cost of living, of being able to afford rent, buying a house, being able to afford health care, paying for college, childcare, putting food on our tables. People were asking for basic human needs to be met. We should all be outraged that the endless amounts of taxes that we pay don't go towards improving our communities and giving each and every one of us the opportunity to thrive rather than just to survive each day. Instead, the large amount of taxes we pay go towards endless amounts of war, a genocide in Palestine, which has killed hundreds of thousands of people, including a historic record of children. Our taxes are used to pay for the debt of other countries, to buy land we cannot afford, to steal their resources. The United States is $37 trillion in debt, and our communities are the ones suffering for it, while the pockets of corrupt politicians and businessmen are being lined with millions of dollars. We can no longer sit back and say that we are not political, because to say you are not political is to say that you do not care about people and you do not care about your community. I assure you that these corrupt people want us to suffer and to struggle. They want us to fight against each other about our differences and to see one another as separate. They want us to live in fear and scarcity because they know that if we are busy fighting against one another and working against one another, we do not have the capacity to think about fighting against injustice and corruption. They know that if we were united, that we would be more powerful than all of them combined. We cannot fight against one another, which we see happening throughout our country, that people are being beaten and shot and killed in broad daylight. Make no mistake that South Lake Tahoe is not immune from these atrocities. I implore all of you who are listening to take a stand against something. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Anybody else here in the room who would like to give public comment? Seeing none, we'll go to Zoom.
Yeah, first up, we have Mr. Asbury.
Hello, Eric Asbury here for the record. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. Hello, City Council and staff. I wanted to just, of course, this is the non-agenda portion, just talk participation remotely in the last two Planning Commission meetings regarding the VHR ordinance in particular. There's been an appeal process and two appeals were denied in the most recent meeting, mainly regarding the buffer zone. And I realize that you guys have talked about the $1,200 cap for the VHR ordinance, but I would encourage the city council, it might not come up on this meeting, but maybe the next city council meeting. There seems to be a lot of turmoil regarding that buffer zone. And I think it's, as far as the city's direction, I've seen like promoting business and like having a concierge take you by the hand, so to speak. I really appreciate that. I think it was spearheaded by David Jenkins, if I can state correctly, but promoting business, and this would be in hands with that, goal, would be to have, just to get rid of that buffer zone. So people are getting buffered out by a couple feet, and all the neighbors are fine with the VHR short-term rentals in that neighborhood. So it's just kind of an arbitrary thing that appeals have been denied because of that. I'll probably have a comment later on, but thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you. All right, next up, we have Jason Gibson. Jason Gibson, unmute yourself and address council. Okay. We'll move on to the next person. Oh, there you go, Jason. Are you with us? Sorry, Jason, we cannot hear you. We're going to go on to the next person, and I'll come back to you at the end. Next up, we have Angie Regan. Angie Regan.
Angie Regan. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Hi there. I'd like to know, this is Angie Regan from South Lake Tahoe. I'd just like to note that your official agenda reads that in accordance with the Brown Act, the City Council cannot deliberate or vote on any matter raised under public communications, but may briefly respond to statements made or questions posed. Personally, I know that Cody has made remarks following my public comments. I was disappointed when Cody would not allow Scott to make his comment during the last City Council meeting and called a recess. 2 years ago, I asked the city to call for a ceasefire in Palestine. We're still here without a comment or stance from any of you. I've also not heard any of you make a comment about ICE. I'd also like to follow up with and support Melissa Soderston and other comments tonight. Per your agenda, you may briefly respond to statements made or questions posed. I invite each of you to respond to our statements and questions to clarify your stance on Palestine, including divesting from Israel, and ICE, including the safety of all of our community. Are we safe? Will you uphold the rights of all of our residents? Will you uphold the rights of residents to record and otherwise document interactions with ICE officers? Do you protect and preserve the right to free speech? Do you prevent collaboration with federal immigration authorities? Will our police help protect us from federal ICE agents? Do you stand with our immigrants and our allies and our families and our neighbors? Once again, each of you are in fact invited and allowed to comment. So I ask each of you to please make a statement. Thank you.
Thank you. Not right now. We're going to finish the rest. Next up, we have Pearl.
Hello?
Yes, go ahead.
I just had a question. I was just wondering how does the city council understand and respond to concerns about discrimination, civil unrest, and the treatment of immigrants in our community, and what priorities guide those decisions? That's all.
Okay, thank you very much, Pearl. Okay, we're going to go back to Jason Gibson. Jason Gibson, you can unmute yourself and address council.
Thank you, council. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you now. Go ahead.
Excellent. First appearance in South Shore Tahoe City Government roundtable discussions. Thank you very much. The House of Gibson located to South Shore Tahoe and 79. We've been in the valley for 45 years. We are reaching out and speaking up on behalf of the new Nevada State Assembly and the American States Assembly. And we'd like you to know a little something about our commitment to peace, to addressing the civil unrest. And if you'll bear with me, I'd like to read a little something off of our website. It's nevadaassembly.org. It's a commitment to the unanimous Declaration of Independence. I'll just cut right to the chase. There's a growing number of peoples, living men and women on the land and soil, who have realized that we have been hoodwinked by a legal fiction. Doing business as the United States of America. It's a ghost corporation. Our standing as American state nationals of the Republican states of the Union have cleared the fraud, the deception, and the presumptions of implied status as U.S. citizens of the United States, or that we were otherwise enslaved or subjected to corporate policies under British territorial rule. And we have finally seen through the 160 years of amnesia to invite each and every one of you to take personal responsibility for your government, for self-governance, and to declare yourself as an American state national or as an American state citizen, as opposed to a U.S. corporate fiction. That's dead fiction. Nobody else is going to do it for us. Our governments are overwhelmed. It's up to each and every one of us to stand in our own integrity, to take our responsibility, and to participate with our local assembly, with our status declaration, and with the Foundation for the Law of Time World 13 Moon Calendar Change Peace Initiative, which is the most comprehensive game plan for world peace on the table since 1935. Everybody should know about the basic premise of calendar reform. All legal fiction is being maladministrated by a belief that time is money. That bond and that birth certificate that has you yoked to an artificial person, to an artificial identity, has got you programmed by artificial intelligence by means of artificial time. Let that sink for a second. We have labored diligently here in the valley to get the attention of our city-elect. Douglas County dinosaurs are light years behind the leadership of South Shore Tahoe heads. So we'd like to be more of a catalyzing influence in South Shore policy and South Shore governance and leadership to equalize the enormous amount of fraud and white collar crime that's occurring in the valley, which is geared towards a total lockdown police state. So we're reaching up, we're speaking out, know that we are grounded on the land and soil. We're not lost at sea. Okay, we have 50 assemblies who are in session. We are in sync with the natural law. We're expressing that through time-based art. Killing with kindness, and they still won't lighten up. So we're going to be moving forward with the election of our own marshals, our own sheriff.
All right, thank you. Your time is up. There's no further public comment, Mayor.
Great, thank you, Ms. Blankenship. Okay, so before we go in, so as the Brown Act does say, we can make a brief statement. So I want to elaborate the brief. We aren't going to go through and answer every single question. It's a very brief statement. If we would like to do that, I would actually first like to ask the police chief just to clarify, because I think some of the clarity around the state of California being a sanctuary state and kind of what guides us at that state level, if you could clarify for the public.
So locally, we're guided by the California Values Act, AB 54. Our interaction with ICE as an agency, as our agency, is limited. We are not allowed to share any information with them. As a matter of fact, the conversation with our federal partners is that if they come into Tahoe, South Tahoe, they're going to have to operate independently, use their own logistics, use their own research.
Great, thank you, Chief Overson. And if there's any council members that would like to make a brief statement, Ms. Horgan.
I just want to speak as a registered nurse. I can't be silent about Alex Preddy. He is a registered nurse, worked with the VA in the ICU. I've also worked in the ICU, and I want to extend condolences to his family and friends for his loss this past weekend while I was working in Minneapolis, and so I didn't want to stay silent on that. To just briefly respond to some of the other things that have been said today and how we act and respond to those things. As a registered nurse, I do respond to a calling to enter into intimate relationships with patients and try as much as I can to remove my own thoughts and opinions in general when I'm caring for patients and when I'm leading in healthcare. So it's complicated for somebody who is now in a public domain and wants to continue to care for patients and meet all of them exactly where they are with all of their thoughts and feelings and values, and to honor those when I'm entering in that care relationship. So I wanted to mention Alex Preddy. I don't want to be silent on that, but I also respect or ask that people respect my profession and how I have to care for the community.
Thank you so much, Ms. Morgan. Is there any other comments, Mr. Robbins?
Yeah, I was going to speak on the California Nights, but I think our police chief gave a pretty good summary that, we're covered already under state law. There's not a lot beyond performative actions that would change, that could change that situation here in the city locally. The state's sanctuary state laws are already pretty strong. But on the other issue that's been raised several times now regarding Israel and financial investments, other communities, particularly larger cities, have looked at BDS actions. The city of South Lake Tahoe's finances and our, for the equivalent, the municipal equivalent of our savings and investment accounts are all publicly available for review on the city's website. You do have to poke around for it, but it's there. And we don't have the kind of individualized investments in individual specific companies or businesses that some much larger communities or states do. Our investments are all in the municipal equivalent of mutual funds, that kind of thing. So there's not really much opportunity, if any at all, really, for BDS actions at the local level. We just don't have those kinds of investments to begin with. It's not a question of choice. It's just that's not what we don't have that from which to consider divestment. It's just not how a city that's this small operates. And I've, on a personal level, I made a point 3 years ago to really try and keep my public comments focused on municipal issues at the local level. I didn't want to spend, particularly, this was 3 years ago, particularly at the time, I didn't want to get dragged down commenting on stuff that was outside of what we could actually do. So I didn't have a lot to say on that, but it has been difficult to avoid that as things have gotten sort of manifestly worse. And maybe I probably should have spoken up on the Palestinian genocide earlier, but it's certainly not something I've ever supported, nor have I ever commented in any supportive way ever on that topic. It's just, it kind of conflicted with what I thought was not so much an ethical position, but a choice to stay focused on local issues, which is, for all of us here, our job, rather than, I don't have ambitions beyond this office for which to set out sort of statewide or national kind of positions. And so it's just not something I felt was a good place for me to go. But the ICE shootings and the actions over the last few years have made that increasingly untenable.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr.
I'll leave my
Robbins.
comments at that.
Appreciate it. Anybody else here on council that want to make any comments? Okay. Yeah, I will, for the record, say I absolutely also have never said anything in support of any of those wars, but I more than agree that our business here is local business, and absolutely should we make statements and be a part of things, but what the business we are to do here is our local business, and that's also, I think, why, like Prop 50 and all other issues, we should keep it at our local level. So With that, we're going to go ahead and move on to our city commission reports. Are there any city commissioners here in the room that would like to give a report? I'm seeing nobody here. All right. Well, with that, we are going to go ahead. Are there any city commissioners on Zoom, just to check so we don't miss?
No.
Great. All right.
And
So
I'm sorry, can we take a quick 5-minute break so we can get Councilmember Robbins logged in?
we can take a 5-minute break. We will
Thank
be
you.
back at 8:25, actually.
Thank you.
I thought she had my old password.
No, because you changed it? I don't know what
did
your
change it? Oh,
You have your own individual password?
All right, so we're going to go ahead and call this meeting back to order, and we are moving on to our consent agenda. Let's see. We're going to get this meeting back to order. If everybody could go ahead. Thank you. Moving on to the consent agenda. This is going to be items number 2 through 8. I have to actually recuse off of item number 7 because of land ownership in the vicinity. Is there any members of council that would like to pull an item?
I only have a question on 3. I don't need to pull it, however.
I have a question on 3 as well.
On 3?
I do want to
Okay.
take a moment to ask a question about that.
And Mr. Jenkins?
I have a comment. I support the consent calendar, but I have a comment on item 2 and item 7.
Okay. Okay, so why don't we go ahead and do the questions, then we'll do public comment, and then do you want to do your comment after?
That's fine.
That works great. So go ahead, Miss. You have two? You have 2 of them, so go with.
Oh, 2.
No.
Me? 2? Me?
I don't
Who's
hear
on
item 2.
first?
Go ahead, you're first. 3.
I have one question on 3.
That's all right. We'll do 3
I don't
on
know
one.
who's on 3rd. What's
Just
the
go right ahead.
Second, okay. First question, the extension of the PT Revolution, I wanted to verify that that includes in the extension the mental health counseling component? Yes. Okay. Do we have any numbers on how much that mental health counseling component of the contract was utilized in the, I think we've had this now for just over a year, I believe?
Yep, for 3 years. So
Okay,
the first
3
year
3 years, okay.
in 2023, so we track by department how many people attend mental health sessions. We don't do it by person.
That's fine.
But overall, for the total in 2023, there were 74 mental health sessions.
Wow.
And then
Wow,
in
that's a lot.
2024 and 2025, both 111.
Oh, that's excellent. Yeah. I mean, that's very good. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, my question, my question is about the initial evaluation. When is that generated for a client? Is that with every time they engage with PT Revolution, or is that only when they're entering into your system?
I believe it is only when they're entering into the system, but I know Jason Kong from PT Revolution is here and he can answer that one better than me.
Jason Collin. Those are physical therapy initial evaluations, so that is only if they're coming in for a new injury. So it's
Then,
one time.
On page 20, how does initial evaluation differ from physical therapy evaluation?
So when we started the contract, the first year, we had an initial evaluation for people who were coming in for fitness, and then we got rid of that, so we haven't done that the last 2 years.
So it's just one line item now?
Yes, so it's now just physical therapy initial evaluation,
And is it the 150 or the 200?
200.
Okay, and then I also noticed on the cost proposal, there isn't a cost for massage. Do you have that information?
It's $200 an hour.
Okay, and then I'm wondering in terms of, I know in terms of utilization, the city told me we pretty much use the entire 100,000 annually. What I'm curious about is if we have metrics to show that this has reduced the number of missing days or days lost for on the job for participants, and then also if this has improved our ability to get the cost of our risk management contracts.
I'll jump in there. Yeah, so I do know that since beginning the program in 2023, the amount of lost time from work following a work-related injury for police and fire has been reduced by over 53%. So it's definitely reducing the severity of those injuries.
Great number.
And lost time from work is one of the most expensive parts of workers' compensation. So that's great. And then what was the other question?
The city attorney explained to me it's the X factor is how we rate when we're getting our insurance for workers' comp.
Yeah, so it's not broken down by like police and fire versus everybody else. It's for the entire organization. And I know when I presented last fall, it was around 1.5. I'm not sure what it is currently, but I can check with our workers' compensation insurance carrier. There are 3 to 5 years of claims that go into calculating that number.
So when do we think that we would see a change based on this program?
I would think within the next couple of years, would be a good change when a lot of the older huge claims start dropping off, that X mod factor calculation, that's when you really start seeing the changes. But I do know that since the amount of lost time from work has been reduced so much, I would expect it to go down.
The X mod factor issue that came up during the strategic plan, I believe, I'm flipping through it now, but I'm not seeing it just because there's a lot of items. Is that on APC yet? Is that still pending? Because there were a number of items related to workplace risk assessment or workplace risk and its resulting scores for our insurance and everything else. Not to mention, injuries to actual workers.
It's in the strategic plan.
Can you borrow her microphone and I'll get you another?
Thank you. So yes, it is in the strategic plan. It's not prioritized to begin in the current calendar year, but it's on Ms. Panato's work plan. And one thing she did highlight is the long-standing claims that have been on the books. She's done a good job of bringing those forward and closing those out. So I think as soon as we start to continue to support this program and let Ms. Panato do her job of getting those bigger claims that have been on our books off and compromise and release, it's only going to benefit us, and we'll probably see a drop below 1 pretty quick after we keep moving forward on that.
Can I just ask one more question of Jason as well? So I'm a little familiar with contracting for healthcare dollars with insurance and Medicare allowable rates. I'm just wondering how you came up with your cost per visits for this contract?
Those are the same prices that we charge at PT Revolution for a consumer.
The out-of-pocket cash amounts, not what you charge insurance.
That's what we charge, yeah. It's not necessarily what insurance pays. And that depends. Yeah, you're in healthcare.
Are there any other questions, Mr. Jenkins?
I do support the consent calendar presented. I'll put a question mark at the end of my comments, so it'll be a question. Just on items 2 on the drainage and on item 7, Bijou erosion control, I am very pleased with the efforts that are being made by our Public Works Department and city to use existing space, CTC, Forest Service, city, for drainage to provide relief to people who have drainage problems in the city, not just drain the streets, but drain the property. So this I wasn't going to say ridiculous. So I'm not going to say ridiculous. So this coverage, artificial coverage requirement can be reduced or eliminated where there are proper drainage facilities in place. So with that, Mr. Mayor, that's all I have. Is that true? That's the question. Is that true, Dr. Q? Oh, may I, Mr. Mayor? Of course.
I'm not sure I can say it's true or not.
Can you say maybe?
Maybe.
Okay.
I can find out more, but at the moment I would say maybe.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
And I'll just add a little clarity there, if I may, Mayor. When we design these area-wide basins to manage stormwater, depending on the size of the pond and the maintenance of it to ensure that it's treating the water right, those things matter. And if that's done appropriately, it can help private properties utilize that public basin to help offset the needs for best management practices on site for future site development.
That statement is definitely true for item number 7. That district that was formed allows residents to buy into the district and have their BMP requirements substituted with the CFD.
Excellent.
So for that item, that is true.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Q, or Dr. Q, excuse me. With that, no other questions? Great. We will go ahead and open this up to public comment. This will be public comment on the consent agenda. If there is anybody here in the room. Sure, Mr. Mosier or Pedigo, whoever wants to go first. Go.
Yeah, Larry Pedigo again. Just real quick, I would first of all like to give my 2 cents on items. I believe it's 2, 4, 5, and 6. Is that what we're doing? Is we're going over the agenda? Okay, and I'll keep it short. It appears again that 2 is dealing with an outfit called, I think it's Lumens and Associates out of Nevada. I think number 4 is with Herbeck, general engineer out of Nevada. And I believe that number 6, FW Carson's out of Incline Village. At least that's what their website says. And then also this outfit called Building Services California, Nevada. I went and looked at their registration, and I'm kind of confused. I think they're out of Nevada, but they have some local contacts. They got an Alfonso Juarez and a James Russ, which is good, in South Lake Tahoe. That's great. But it does look like their domestic state is Nevada. So again, just kind of like the cars or the trucks or the stuff. Yeah, I know we're going to Nevada. They're the closest, and stuff like that. But I still just wish that at least my main bone of contention is when it's listed here, Lumens and Associates Inc.'s the engineers, and it's only $5,700. I get it, some of them are bigger numbers, some are smaller numbers, but I would think that maybe you might want to put where they're based out of, so that people would know, just like looking at the agenda, that they're out of town or out of state. Just because to me, I don't know. I just like to know like who we're funding, who we're hiring, et cetera, et cetera. And maybe they hire local people, and that's great, okay? And maybe they're just they're just kind of like the general engineers, and they hire local people, and that's great. But again, I would hope that at some point in the future, with the vision of the city of some kind, the vision of the city is to try to, get local people and, support local jobs and local families and local kids that are trying to make it in the schools. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pedigo. Mr. Mosier.
Ed Moser, South Lake Tahoe. I'm going to speak on number 3, which is the agreement extension with PT Revolution. Yeah, I was opposed to this originally, the first time it came around. And I stated at the time that basically this was the same as went on with Nancy Curry, getting $200,000-$300,000 grants for business coaching as a reward, pretty much, for them kind of rejuvenating her career and her life. And I saw this as pretty much the same thing. Mr. Collin was mayor at the time. Mr. Irvin was hired. And as I've said previously, my opinions and feelings about Mr. Irvin and the hiring, that wasn't the most qualified at the time. And I always saw this as kind of a reward for that hiring. So that's my personal opinion, and that of some others. As far as, I think you start out by hiring mentally and physically healthy people to start with. I was years ago, some 45 years ago, took classes and for several months to be a volunteer for California Division of Forestry. It was predecessor to CAL FIRE for fire support, and had to go through a vigorous training, physical, good physical, and then also stress test, step test, run uphill test, running, I think it was like 1.5 miles or something. I had to run a certain time and everything. So, that was just to be a volunteer. And so, like I said, you hire mentally and physically healthy people. It says here that of what it covers for physical therapy services for non-work related injuries, lifestyle, nutritional health coaching, and lifestyle nutritional health coaching. Well, non-work related injuries, we provide a very expensive health coverage plan for the employees, for police and fire and staff and all staff. And, I'm covered. And for also, even through what I have for $320 a month there through United Health, I get, can have nutritional and health and lifestyle consultation there, and information I get. And definitely covers any injuries, non-work or non-work. So, our health plan should be covering a lot of that, of what they're doing. You can get massages, you can get physical therapy if you're hurt or injured. So, for some coaching or maybe suggesting of what to do or what stretches to do, what exercise plan, what workout plan. Police department has a weightlifting, room down there. I think this is very expensive, and like I said, it was just more of a reward than a necessary evil. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mosier. Anybody else here in the room? Yes, Ms. Sotterson.
Really quick want to say about the stormwater spaces. So these are pretty horrific looking spaces. If we could just get like permission at least to put benches there, because I know people have put benches there before and they've been removed. Not sure by who, but we don't have a lot of park spaces in our neighborhoods, and these would be great if we just had like a bench and people felt comfortable to go read a book there or whatever.
Anybody else here in the room? Right, seeing none. Mr. Loberg.
Scott Loberg, South Lake Tahoe taxpayer. I want to talk about item number 3. $100,000 for a small business to medium business is pretty transformative. You've got Emerald Bay Physical Therapy, Myers Physical Therapy, Athletics, and you got Johnson Physical Therapy, and you also have Barton Rehabilitation Services. Other than Barton, I mean, $100,000 to one of these businesses is pretty transformative. I appreciate the money's going locally, but what about some kind of rotation basis or split the business up to benefit more members of the community rather than just one business? Especially a business that's associated with a former council member. It seems a little bit quid pro quo. And the other thing is the number 7. As far as the erosion control, putting benches there, that's just going to attract the homeless. And it's just, you're asking for trouble when you're putting those benches in there. People can bring a, camp chair or something. But I really think that you should consider rotating the contract worth of $100,000 to some of the other businesses in town, because it would be transformative to them. I understand contracts, I understand the billing and people's care, but they ought to be able to have a way to phase it into some of the other businesses in town, because I know some of them could really use that extra business. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lindberg. Anybody else? Yes, please come forward and state your name for the record.
Good evening, City Council. Heather Cade Bauer, South Lake Tahoe. I just wanted to suggest something on these consent items. I have extreme experience when it comes to public procurement and contracts and bids. And in response to the last guy with the PT, it sounds like there was an RFP process, but it might be helpful to include that in the agenda so people could see, oh, we're doing an extension, but it's based off of an RFP process, competitive process that we conducted, just to keep it more open and transparent to the public.
Thank you, Ms. Bauer. All right, anybody else want to give public comment on the consent agenda? Seeing none, we'll go to Zoom.
No members of the public on Zoom want to comment, Mayor.
Great, so we will bring this back for a motion. Again, I am also putting on the record, again, I'm recusing on item 7. But with that, if
I'll make a motion to.
Can I just make?
Absolutely.
We have discussion. I just want to make a comment. I appreciate the comments on agenda item 3. I want to say that one of my responsibilities on the city council is fiscal responsibility. And when I did look at these rates, I just want to be completely transparent. I had concerns because being familiar with contracted rates, and Jason did answer my question about this is what we bill, insurance doesn't pay that. There is Medicare allowable rates. And I would think in a municipal contract that we would be looking at closer to 120 to 150% over the Medicare allowable rates. So I didn't want to be silent on, and also Ms. Kate Bauer mentioned, I also had the same question. How did this come about? It was an RFP. I wasn't familiar with it. So Barton did also bid. So I think to Mr. Loberg's comments also, it would be in my curiosity to see if there would be more broad consideration in the future, not this year, but in the future, since this program has been successful, to look at another process to see if there are other players in our community that are interested in coming to the table for a request for future proposals, and to look at the rates that we're charging a city. So I just wanted to make sure that everybody was aware that as a nurse and somebody who looks at insurance contracts, it is something to consider in the future. But I do appreciate this program. I think it's something the city needs, and I give it 100% support.
Great, thank you, Ms. Horgan.
I'll just add on, I'll comment only briefly on item 7. Just for context, I have been working with the city somewhat on and off about establishing what are commonly known as parklets in our stormwater drainage properties. Particularly, I have an interest in trying to get that established on the Barton and 4th, which is in a low-income neighborhood. And the city owns that lot. The lot is half flat, half drainage area. And putting a little parklet there is something that's been looked at. Just for context, the sticking point on that is that if we put in a bench, then it has to be ADA accessible, which is expensive. And then we have to think about maintenance and trash removal, which is an ongoing expense. So it's like most things, the sticking point is money. We can't just throw a bench there and call it a day. That's not actually allowed because it wouldn't be ADA accessible. You have to put in a pathway so anyway, it's something that is on the minds of staff, that's been worked on. I've had many discussions with Joe and our previous Public Works Director, Anush, about that. It's on my to talk about list with our brand new Public Works Director when I finally get around to meeting with him, giving you a heads up there. So it's been considered, and it's not something that's been it's something that's been thought about, and we're working on it.
Great.
It takes time, and like most things, money.
Thank you, Mr. Robbins. Mr. Jenkins.
Thank you, Mr. Robbins. That was, I agree that in concept, the idea of having park-like facilities that serve a co-located purpose of drainage is generally a good idea. In some places it is an accepted practice. I can give you examples. I won't tonight. So I think the idea is good, but I do appreciate the cautions that creating a park-like setting has attractions maybe that are not good for the neighborhood, and in doing, I too am interested in this concept. We've discussed it, and I know our staff is exploring or will be exploring. But I could cite examples of where this works very successfully, so I agree with Mr. Robbins that it's an item for future discussion.
Great, thank you, Mr. Jenkins. All right, with that, I think
Second.
we're looking for a motion.
I move.
He
Oh,
did.
Mr.
I thought you did.
Mr. Roberts.
I move to.
Hold on.
Oh, we have more?
Mr. Roberts would like
sorry,
to speak.
Mr.
My
Roberts.
apologies.
No, I just wanted to echo what's been said earlier, and just thank the public for just some great comments tonight, some very thoughtful, very constructive comments. You know, maybe there are some sticky points to them all. The benches for one, although I think we should be building more parks, and why not make it part of the drainage system as well? But I just do want to thank for, polite and very constructive comments from the public tonight. Thank you.
Absolutely agreed. That was great.
Mayor Bass, if I may, really quick.
Yes,
Sorry, just want to clarify one thing. I do take to heart the comment from Ms. Kate Bauer on future agendas. Perhaps that can be written into the cover page. It does, we were transparent. It was an RFP process. But tied to that, I want to say that when we went out for this RFP, the then former Mayor Collin had been off council for longer than a year and was completely legitimate to apply for this, and he was awarded it consistent with state and city law. So I just want to make that clear on the record.
Great, thank you so much, Mr. Irvin. Actually, one other kind of public comment that I'll clarify just for the record is Loomis and Associates. Their Lake Tahoe office is in Nevada, but they also have offices in El Dorado Hills, California, and Roseville, so they are both a California-Nevada company, just for the record. And with that, I will go ahead and look for a motion.
The motion was made.
I move, I'll repeat it. I move to accept the consent agenda as indicated.
Second. Okay, I will be there, thank you.
The motion unanimously carries. Thank you.
Great. So with that, we'll move into our public hearing. This is going to be item number 9. This is the Old Colony Inn Residence tentative subdivision map for condominium purposes at 3794 Montreal Road. And this will be Mr. Hitchcock.
Good evening, Mayor Bass and members of the City Council. For the record, John Hitchcock, Planning Manager. The item before you is consideration of the Old Colony Inn Residence tentative subdivision map for condominium purposes. The project site is located 3794 Montreal Road. This is the property that's located right behind what's commonly referred to the old Crescent View Shopping Center and just one parcel down from Van Sickle State Park. There's a location map of the project site on page 326 of your agenda packet. The underlying project that is currently under construction is proposed to be subdivided. That project was approved by the Planning Commission on September 19, 2024, when the Planning Commission adopted Resolution 2024-021 approving a design review permit allowing for the construction of 30-unit multifamily project with the intent to subdivide those individual units into airspace condominiums. And as I mentioned, Building 1 is currently under construction. Prior to owner being able to market these individual units for sale, the applicant is required to obtain a tentative subdivision map approval from the legislative body and then record a final map and a condominium map. The proposed tentative map is shown on page 309 of your agenda packet. The tentative map will subdivide the 9 buildings in airspace condominiums. The buildings then can further be divided into individual units with a condo map, which is filed with the final map. Once a tentative map is approved by the City Council, the applicant will have 24 months, which can be extended, to obtain approval of a final map that is required to be prepared and shall be conformed to provisions of the Subdivision Map Act. The following findings have to be made in order to approve a tentative map. One, that the project is consistent with the general plan. In this case, the project is located in the tourist core and is identified in the general plan as tourist center that allows and encourages high-density residential and tourist uses. The design improvements of the proposed subdivision are consistent with applicable general and specific plans. In this case, the underlying project was found to be consistent with the design development standards of the the tourist core area plan when the Planning Commission approved the project back on September 19, 2024. The site is physically suitable for this type of development. The portion of the project site that is being developed is verified as Class 7, high capability by TRPA. The proposed project is proposing to use TRPA verified land coverage and bank tourist combination units of use that exist on the site today. The site is physically suitable for the proposed density of development. The tourist core mixed-use district is intended to support and encourage high-density residential and tourist uses. The proposed project will result in a density of 8 units per acre. Finding 5, the design of subdivision is not likely to cause substantial environmental damage or substantially and avoidably injure fish or wildlife or their habitat. When the Planning Commission adopted Resolution 2024-021, they found that the project was categorically exempt from CEQA under Section 15332. This Class 32 is for infill development. And also, you may be aware that a mitigated negative declaration was also adopted and certified by the City Council when a portion of this project site was incorporated into the tourist core mixed-use district. Said negative deck, I concluded that there were no impacts to the environment as a result of the proposed project. Finding 6, the design of subdivision is not likely to cause serious public health problems. The proposed project is consistent with city, state, and TRPA regulations. The project must install water quality BMPs, mitigate air quality impacts, and must meet the California Building Code and Fire and Defensible Space Standards. And the last finding, finding 7, the design and subdivision will not conflict with easements acquired by the public at large. The tentative map is shown on the map itself, includes public easements for snow storage, including public utility easements and also emergency access easement. Staff is recommending the City Council pass a resolution, making all the findings set forth in the resolution and approve the tentative subdivision map. And that concludes my presentation, and I can answer any questions.
Great, thank you so much, Mr. Hitchcock. Questions, Mr. Jenkins?
Yes. First of all, thank you for your service, and thank you for the kind words, good words that I've been hearing in the community about how you are helping people through what is probably the most complicated development review process in the city and between the city and the region. So thank you, Mr. Hitchcock. I'm in favor of this project, and I'm going to vote in favor of it. I found the letter, the HDF letter that was distributed today, a little curious, and I wanted to ask you about it. It seems to me that the city is not only seeking to provide affordable housing, but also to protect our environment, and that we are you can have affordable housing and you can protect the environment. They're not mutually exclusive. And since we're in the TRPA basin, they have land use control, I am told, sometimes to my pleasure, sometimes not. I assume that in reviewing this project, that the environmental issues that could affect our community in an adverse way have been evaluated and determined not relevant to approval of the project.
That's correct, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jenkins. Mr. Robbins?
Technical question first. You said this qualifies as infill development?
Yes.
How on earth does it qualify as infill development when behind this property is woodland area? And it's currently it's recreational land. That's wooded area. What's it infilling in between?
It's within urban core, and it's less than 5 acres. And the property is not zone recreation, it's actually zone tourist.
It was zone recreation until this body
district.
rezoned it. I mean, I guess
Correct.
that's the thing.
A sliver of it.
What's
It was
that?
just a sliver, though. It was the back, the
Yeah,
very back
right.
part.
And we did that in order to build these condos. And now the other point I wanted to draw out is you're saying qualifies as high-density residential. That's a little dishonest, isn't it? Because this is 30 Airbnb units is what's being built here. These aren't going to at all be housing in any way, shape, or form, is it? I mean,
No,
we realistically can't call this housing. That's misleading the public.
They were approved as residential units. The fact of the matter that the dwelling units themselves are located in the tourist core, yes, they can apply for Airbnb permit.
And they have unlimited access to unlimited Airbnbs. There's no buffer zone in the tourist core area. Just like the Gondola Vista project, no one's going to live here, right? So this is not housing in any way, shape, or form, correct? This is 30 units of hotels. And I just want to be clear, they're going to consume 30 residential allocations in the process, of which there is only a finite amount remaining. Is that correct?
That is not correct.
No, I asked if that was correct.
That is not correct.
They're not going to use residential units of use?
They're using their own bank TAUs that are on site that are being converted into existing residential units of use. No allocations are being used for this particular project.
Okay, so they are converting from the Colony Inns.
Yeah, they're converting the existing TAUs that existed as part of.
Wasn't this
Colony
land supposed to be retired when the Colony Inn closed? Wasn't that the original plan for this parcel?
That may have been the original plan, but TRPA's deed restriction only required the applicant to restore the SCZ portion of the site and restrict any development on that. It was silent to the portion that was classified as high capability lands, Class 7.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Robbins. Ms. Horgan, or did?
I want to make sure, so it's 30 units, but 2 of them will be deed restricted?
Yeah, 2 of them are designated as achievable units under the TRPA's definition.
Okay, thank you.
And Mr. Roberts, any questions? No. All right, thank you, Mr. Yeah, comments later. Thank you, Mr. Hitchcock.
Thank you.
We'll go to public comment. We're going to go ahead and open this item for public comment.
We do have a presentation from Mr. Exline.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Exline. My apologies. You're up next.
Dressed up this evening, Cody. I appreciate a moment, please. I want to be as brief as possible. I understand this is a long meeting. And really, I just want to, there was a few comments being raised. I'm probably just going to jump into these and really get to... You could just stay on this slide. This is fine, and we'll just stay here. And just want to touch on the benefits of this project and give a little bit of history without taking too much time. And so I think what's really important, this project has already been approved both by the city and by the Tahoe Regional Planning Agency. Construction has commenced, and everything's been done. But I want to kind of step back in time and just explain a little bit about the project and kind of the mix you want to put together and answer some of Councilmember Robbins' questions. So fundamentally, when I look at a project, I'm thinking housing, environmentalism, transit. Top three things in every jurisdiction that I operate in. And so I want to touch on all those quickly. So as was stated earlier, this project sits on an SEZ. The development is on high land capability land, but abuts an SEZ. The SEZ historically had gone through some restoration effort that was not successful. The project applicant, Mr. Wishmeyer, who's here, through great expense and effort that was not required by the project, went through the permitting process with the Tahoe Regional Planning Agency to develop a plan to restore the SEZ to its natural state. It was high and dry, water wasn't getting there. Long story short, that project was reviewed, permitted by the TRPA, now has been implemented and has been documented as completed, restoring a critical piece of SEZ in our community at private dollars. That's really important to incentivize private dollars to restore SEZ because fundamentally the money's not there to do it any other way. And that's really, really important. Second to that, we talk about housing. As we look at housing is incredibly important in this community. What the city of South Lake Tahoe has chosen to do, I work a lot with TRPA, is the TRPA has set housing regulation and affordable housing regulation. The city of South Lake Tahoe developed their own processes that kind of sidestep TRPA based on size and square footage. This property wasn't required to deed restrict to any units to achievable or any affordable mechanism. The applicant decided to do that because of his community, he's a local gentleman, his community ethic and the desire to move forward and a demonstration of understanding the community importance. So as you look at the environmental improvements, you look at the housing benefits that weren't required but put forth in the project to demonstrate a housing benefit, that is incredibly important. Then as we look at transportation, transit is a nightmare in Tahoe. We can go into a long conversation as to why. I know Mr. Bass knows the subject matter well. What you want to do is have walkability. And so what this opportunity provides is walkability. People are able to walk from here to daily amenities without accessing single-use automobiles. That's the crown jewel in transportation and getting people out of their cars. It's challenging in Tahoe because we don't have the density for fixed routes, and fundamentally, transit is going to continue to be a problem in the basin. So this type of infill development does allow for walkability and people to access daily amenities without utilizing a car. We need to talk about money. We just talked about parks. You don't have any money to fix these parks. Money is incredibly important. I'm a business owner. Ms. Bass is a business owner. We all have different relationships with money. This project, in addition to providing deed-restricted housing that, again, was not required, is also going to be providing TOT tax that will result in, I think estimates are $450,000. So, a real benefit to the community coffers as well. It also provides scenic benefits. Many of you have driven down this road. We all know this area well. And right now what you see is infrastructure, electrical transformers sitting behind a property that will now be screened based on these residences and landscaping. And so it's a really incredible project. Very few projects are you able to get deed-restricted housing, are you able to get environmental approval of this scale, transit options, TOT tax, in the exact area that our planning documents, both from TRPA and city, have highlighted for development. And so this is an incredibly important project. And again, what I would also note is the project is already under construction. From the original zoning amendments to the mapping processes to the unanimous approval we received from the Planning Commission on this item. And I think one important thing I want to touch on in terms is entitlements. So entitlements are the building blocks that govern the development in the Tahoe Basin. Those are assigned by the Tahoe Regional Planning Agency. And so fundamentally, any deed-restricted property residential project in the Tahoe Basin doesn't have to obtain a development right. That is allocated as a free bonus unit from the TRPA. So this isn't taking from any pool to the benefit of this project. This was using what was existing on site that was banked. And so it converted a hotel room or hotel into a current residential project with deed-restricted units. And so this will have no impact on future development, will not be taking any development rights away, and not doing anything. This is simply a project that has been brought forth in our community core where we want people accessing daily amenities by foot that allowed for resident or environmental redevelopment and the ability to, provide scenic improvements. This is an amazing project. This is what we should be encouraging in the community. And I really, Mike Wishmeyer could be here if there's any additional questions. I know this went a little bit longer than I wanted to, but I wanted to hit on all those points because I think just, kind of picking off little details does not explain the whole, and contextually all these things are important. And so I'm available for any further questions, but wanted to kind of provide that context to everybody. I have some images, you've all seen them, or something close enough, so we can skip those unless there's some desire to take a look.
Thank you so much, Mr. Exline. And I think, yeah, if we want to do you guys want to do questions now, or can we go through public comment?
I have some questions for him.
Okay, I mean, yeah, we can bring them back to as we get into discussion. If you want to do it now, that's fine. It just, we tend to lead into discussion a lot, so I would almost rather go to public comment, and then if you come back when we're having our discussion, because we're very tendent to lead into discussion as we do questions. So we'll call you back up. Thank you. We'll go ahead and open this item for public comment. This is the public hearing, item number 9. Mr. Loberg.
Yes, Scott Loberg, South Lake Tahoe taxpayer. Isn't this the same guy that was pitching converting Margarita Village down the street to condos? Do we need that many condos? I think we need more housing. It seems pretty odd to come in one day and say, oh, we got to turn these into condos, when it was probably the plan all along, because that's what they do in the other properties in Margaritaville. And then down the street, oh, we got to have more condos. And this notion of, oh, yeah, it's close to everything, there's walkability, but do we even know if people that come from out of town leave their car and walk around, that's their main mode of transportation? Do we have any evidence of that? I don't think so. It's nice, it's pretty to think so, but I don't think we have any concrete facts that people just ditch their cars because it's close to something else. But he's pitching condos over here and then condos down the street. Yeah, two resident units, big deal. A lot of projects, they require either 20% low income or 80% medium income for the projects to sail through. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Loberg. Anybody else here? Mr. Mosier.
Ed Moser, South Lake Tahoe. Yeah, I know this has already been approved in Planning Commission and TRPA and that. This is part of the problem, which I opposed the conversion of development rights table that they came up with and created TRPA, basically to cover their butts for screwing up for all eternity since TRPA existed. All of a sudden, as well, we want to build this, and we're running out of allocation, so we're going to find out a way to create more trade CFA that we double and triple somewhere, out of thin air, and then use that and can convert that into other development rights. So that's, that needs to be changed, and the city can take a lead in that, but I doubt it will. I'd like to know if any air quality checks were actually done on the property. It's right by that substation there, that place that's being built there now, right next to it. I don't know how that would be allowed, or if the checks have been done on that. That's put out by high tension wires, and especially the substation right there. It's a rather sizable one. So I haven't been able to find anything if an air quality check has actually been done on that to see if it is within the limits. Also, as Mr. Robbins pointed out, this is going to be, and as he said, there's going to be $450,000 in TOT or so provided by this. It's not going to be residential units here. So, and to Mr. Loberg's comment about, people not come up here and walk everywhere just because they're close to Heavenly Village and the T-shirt shops. They go to restaurants all over town. There isn't enough to eat. People wait online for 2 hours to sit outside Driftwood. And, there's a complete lack of enough restaurant space for the number of people in the area and the people that come in from other parts of town to ski or to recreate. So they don't, everybody doesn't just walk to everything. And Target is not a supermarket, by the way. Also, and last is, do you know is there a list available, not included in the packet, do you know of all the investors and owners of this project, who they are, all their names that are involved in this? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mosier. Anybody else? Ms. Soderson?
So I actually do support developing this property because it's degraded property that clearly needs to be developed. But I mean, I think when this got started, everybody was really convinced that we were going to be provided with some actual affordable housing. We need low-income housing. We don't need achievable, whatever that term means. It means nothing to the people that live here. People can't afford to live here. And this is the ideal location for employee housing. It is the ideal location. That is the perfect spot for actual employee housing. And whatever, everything's already approved. You get strong-armed, you get threats about these letters that you're forced to approve all this stuff. It just sucks because we're not prioritizing the actual housing that we need for our service industry workers who can't live here, who can't afford to live here. We don't need more condos. We don't need more. We just approved all these vacation rentals. We're going to be approving more vacation rentals. So we don't even know what the occupancy on those houses are going to be. And we're just going to build more condos. So I don't know, really disappointing, but we need to get rid of this achievable term. That is not what we're looking for. That means nothing. We are not trying to meet that upper middle. We are trying to meet our service workers, our lowest income people, the people that are living on the streets, in their cars, in the tents, while everybody's saying that they're disgusting and deserve to be fucking rounded up and don't have a bench to sleep on.
Thank you, Ms. Soderson. Anybody else here? Mr. Pettigo?
Yeah, Larry Pettigo here again. This is so interesting. The Old Colony Inn, wow. That's a name that I'd forgotten about years ago, like 20 years ago, about time the whole stopped in 2008, I believe. There seems to be, so we've got the hole at Poplar and Cedar, and we've got the monoliths of rebar and steel over there, and there's no unicorn that's going to come fix that problem, I guess, anytime soon. So that's really where the condos should be, in my humble opinion, or timeshares, or I don't know what they want to cook up over there. Maybe some billionaire will come in and fix that problem eventually, but I'm not going to hold my breath. I kind of agree, though, with Melissa on this, is that you've got, it's a prime area for people that are working at the corridor. They're going to walk. They're going to walk to work. They're not going to get in their car. They're going to walk straight out the door, and they're going to head across the street, and they're going to probably start, flipping steaks or whatnot, or cleaning beds and rooms. So I'd heard that the colony, it flooded, it collapsed, they demolished it, it was going to just be land. Then now you hear it comes back again, comes around as a project, and now it's condos. So this is really hard. Yeah, we're going to get TOT out of it. Is that TOT going to go directly to, say, for example, the streets and the potholes that Mr. Logan keeps asking about? I doubt it, right? It's TOT. It doesn't go there, right? So it just, I don't know. I guess it's just a sign of the times. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Pettigo. Any other comments here in the room on this item? Seeing none, we'll go to Zoom.
No additional public comments, Mayor.
Great. So we'll go ahead and bring it back to council. I'm actually going to open this up because I've been here since this project started, just to join council. And I think one thing that, as Mr. Exline did a great presentation, didn't point out was that, this project came forward just after the passing of Measure T, which Measure T very much clarified that if you were going to have an overnight vacation rental, it needed to be in the right zone, which was the tourist core, as well as it allowed the commercial zones for overnight rentals. And Mr. Wishmeyer at the time had a lot of vacation rentals throughout the residential neighborhoods in the town, and he decided to take the guidance of the vote of the people and decide to divest in the residential neighborhoods and decide to buy a property where Measure T guided him to build overnight rentals. And that's what he's done. And it is the proper place. I think when we look at the use of overnight rentals, it does exist in the tourist core. That's where we have motels. That's where we have all of our overnight business. And so to me, this project is exactly what we're looking for. It's what the voters actually said that they agreed with, because it's in the tourist core. You can walk to the gondola, you can walk to the amenities. So to me, it's very much, and beyond that, the construction has begun. The mitigation for the SEZ, if anybody's walked the site, has been done at a much higher level than the previous owner attempted to do it. So I just wanted to put that out on the record. I think that we really got to think about the history of where this came from, and it is somebody in our community that's making the right investment in the right place with the right zoning. So to me, it's a no-brainer. And I think there's a misconception that the city has some right over people's property rights. A person buys a property with the right to build. We don't have the right to tell them they can't build with what they had just bought. That is not within the powers of the city. If we want to build, and do affordable housing as the city, we need to go buy a lot. And we did, right behind 7-Eleven. And we're going to make that affordable housing in that neighborhood. But we don't have the right to go tell a private property owner, you got to build this as affordable housing. We can make a deal with them, but their property rights exist with the entitlements they bought the property with. And people have a very big misconception that government can force the hand of a private property owner, and it's not something that we can just force affordable housing onto somebody's private property. So I'll leave it at that, and Mr. Robbins.
Yeah, I think it's pretty hypocritical to cite Measure T as a reason for us to allow this kind of subdivision when you voted to overturn the will of the people, right? You voted to undo Measure T. So that's not something I buy. As for whether or not we have the right, this has come to our vote. We have the right to vote yes, and we have the right to vote no. So we absolutely have a right here to say, we don't approve this development to become 30 units of hotels. And as far as Mr. Exline goes, I got to ask, because I could swear I remember you being here not 2 months ago on behalf of another client of yours, Margaritaville, saying that they needed a special exemption to our timeshare laws because the hotels were too empty too often and they weren't making enough money. And now you're here advocating to build more hotels, which to me screams conflict of interest. I don't understand how you reconcile that, but that's on your end. I think it's pretty hypocritical that in less than 2 months, we've been asked to consider making special exemptions for hotels because they don't have enough business. And also, by the way, we have to vote to approve 30 units of new overnight accommodations. This is not a housing project. Calling this as a high-density housing, affordable housing, and it's good because it'll encourage housing next to businesses is nonsense, is utter nonsense when there's virtually no housing here. 2 units is not enough of what we're not getting enough out of this for its approval, right? This is us giving up negotiating leverage. Yes, if we wanted to give them the subdivision rights to allow them to have 28 units of Airbnb investment properties, which is what this is, let's be clear about that, then we should have held out for a damn well more than 2 units of achievable housing. Again, that's not enough. So this is again the city keeling over to development interests that want to build for tourists and locals be damned. And I can't support that. I think that's nonsense.
Thank you, Mr. Robbins. Anybody else that would like to give comments? Yes, Mr. Jenkins. Or
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, I didn't press my button.
That's all right.
This is a project apparently that's been underway for some time, before some of us were on the dais. I did want to clarify that TOT, the Transit Occupancy Tax, is a general fund revenue, and that the city on an annual basis determines where general funds go. So it's an important conversation to have where TOT goes, and I'm very interested in that too as I look at our condition of our roads and think that more should be done. The problem with the comment, to echo something the mayor said, in my experience, government has to be very careful if a property has an entitled right and the government tells them they can't do this or do that on property that's entitled. It's arguably a taking, and taking means that the public pays. That happened originally here when TRPA was formed, and that's why they in part created the CTC, was to overcome that. The city does need investment. Investment grows economies. Investment it grows the economy. It creates jobs. It keeps business in business. And the last thing that you all have heard, and I think there's probably universal agreement on the council, is the region has to do its share of affordable housing and not expect the city of South Lake Tahoe to do everything for the region. And that's going to be a conversation coming up at a retreat that I've been invited to at TRPA. We're going to have that conversation, and I hope that any comments I make as an individual are reflective of those that I've heard the council make in the past. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jenkins. Mr. Roberts.
Yes. This project came in front of me in 2020, 2021 when I was on the Planning Commission, and we cut it down. I think the original ask was like 25 units. We cut it down, if I'm not mistaken, to 4 buildings and 11 units. And I have to admit, I'm a little butthurt that it nearly tripled in size between then and now. I don't know, kind of confusing how that took place. I do understand previously it was cut down in my commission that because the request was to build on the SEZ, and now I see that the current project is not doing any building on the SEZ. Mr. Exline, I was wondering, you mentioned about that he's putting in money to repair the SEZ. I maybe missed that, but when it came to me in front of me on the Planning Commission, that was one of the issues I brought up, that maybe they should put some money into manicuring the SEZ and as part of their project, and it was looked on, it fell on deaf ears. So I'm wondering, I haven't seen any, I drive by there every single day, I haven't seen any improvements in the area. Curious what you were referring to.
Yeah, definitely. And so go back to a little bit of the history, in particular density. I think that's an important point. Density here was really guided by city rules and regulations. So the city has enacted minimum density requirements on parcels. And so in terms of the density volume we're proposing here, that was largely dictated, not largely, that was completely dictated by city code and ordinance. As it goes into the SEZ or the SEZ restoration, Mr. Wishmeyer can provide some additional information. When I first became engaged with the project with Mr. Wishmeyer, there was a previous SEZ restoration that took place on site. SEZ restoration in terms of a project you would see when you would drive by is not that grandiose. It's generally taking place on the ground and pretty subtle. Really what was taking place is the water was not being able to be channeled and conveyed into the SEZ area. And so really what took place is Mr. Wishmeyer worked with TRPA staff via separate application. I believe Paul Nielsen at TRPA, who I'm sure everyone here on city staff is familiar with. Paul's a real gem at TRPA. Met out there with design professionals and so forth to come up with the SEZ restoration. Following that meeting, an application was submitted to the Tahoe Regional Planning Agency, I'll just call it TRPA, for the SUZ restoration. That work has since commenced, been completed, and TRPA has gone out, and correct me if any of this is wrong, to establish that the SEZ restoration has been completed and is now functional. And so again, that was, in terms of some of these different comments, density was established by the city. The SEZ restoration, I guess to touch on another point, you actually can't build on SEZ in that manner, so I can't speak to previous designs. So I don't know what was previously discussed, but just as a general rule, there's a broad blanket prohibition against construction in SEZ, barring some very specific exemptions that exist, which I won't burden everybody with that time. And so really, as we looked at the site and I was engaged, it was Mayor Bass is completely correct. Mr. Wishmeyer did advance this post-Measure T in an exercise to adhere the will of the people. I was around in Measure T. I voted on it. I was, stood outside holding signs. And what was interesting through that process is the number one thing everybody said is we want tourists out of neighborhoods and in the downtown core. And so what's challenging with the permitting environment in the Tahoe Basin meets the political whims that exist is the political whims change a lot faster than regulatory realities, permitting processes, and the ability to construct. So what you run in danger of as a community is if that's the arc that you want to take forward, nothing you could start today would be constructed on time with anybody to have any confidence that the political will within our community would support that in 3, 4, or 5 years. I work with people. Anyone that's going to develop in the Tahoe Basin, we work beyond the Tahoe Basin. I'm generally the first person they call. And the reason they call me is there's the regulations, there's the code, but there's the things that are beyond the code. Our city council's trustworthy. Is that board of supervisors going to give us the approval, or are they going to give us the runaround? Can I trust these people? That's what people care about more than the ordinances. So if people go forward enacting policies, SCZ restoration, deed restricted housing, and so forth, that are above and beyond required, and they're thwarted through a mapping exercise while they redesign the project to adhere to city regulations, that's a challenging place for the city to be. I've heard conversations about the level of affordable housing. I bet the chief here is going to be very happy to have an option for his staff members to have a community, people that fit within that category, the people that are going to be here when we need to evacuate from a fire. Because I'm on every affordable housing group. I've been interviewed from the TRPA to the counties and so forth. And the problem with affordable housing is cost per square foot, land value, construction cost. No one in this room can do anything about any of those 3 variables. They don't exist for us. So really what we're doing is in every given situation, like we all deal with life, you deal with life given what you're done and create the best hand possible, and that's what we've done. I think in terms of, the reference to Margaritaville, I would want to, my recommendation in all
Stop, just since that's not agendized on Margaritaville.
Okay, good. I'd rather not talk about it. But I would say what you want to have as a regulatory body is as much flexibility in processes as possible. Doing business anywhere is incredibly hard, and Tahoe is the hardest. Great. And so if you want people to be successful, you have to follow your rules, you have to follow your processes, and then when people take those extra steps to align to those rules, they can ensure that they're successful.
Thank you, Mr. Excellent. Mr. Roberts, anything else?
No more questions for Rob, but I do have some comments I'd like to make.
Okay,
Yeah.
Ms. Horgan.
Just forgive me because I am the newbie and I'm still learning. So
Pleasure to meet you.
you mentioned that they didn't have to include the achievable housing, the deed restricted. So you're referring to paying in lieu fee instead?
Well, the way the city of South Lake Tahoe, so going from the TRPA, TRPA has set overarching affordable housing ordinances and requirements basin-wide. Local jurisdictions can then move in and adopt their own policies that essentially remove TRPA. TRPA did that as a forcing mechanism to local jurisdictions. The way the city of South Lake Tahoe, and anyone please correct me if I'm wrong, did that is based on the size of the units. And so all of our units are beyond that size threshold, so there actually is no affordable, I'll just refer to it as deed restricted housing requirement on this property. So as we sit here right now, we are in alignment with every deed restricted housing requirement the city has, and because of the way the city adopted their policies, we're not subject to TRPA. And so what's important is, and again, you have an individual now going above and beyond what's required. And I know, people always want more and more, but money's a very real thing. And so this was done, not required, done to the benefit of the project and bring it forward.
That answered my question.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Exline, and thank you, Mr. Wishmeyer. Unless you'd like to make a comment, feel free.
Just one quick comment on Scott Robbins on these will be Airbnbs. I'm in the business to build and then sell. It's up to whoever buys the unit to do whatever they'd like to do with the unit, whatever they can do within the permissible process. So, and then nothing has changed since this has gone through Planning Commission, City Council, the RPIC, the APC, and the Governing Board has already approved the project. The plans have not changed. What I'm presenting hasn't changed, and I have fulfilled what I said that we were going to fulfill. One was the SCZ restoration. That was extra dollars out of the pocket that went to discovering the problem of why the SCZ failed from the previous SCZ improvement on it, and then figuring that out. We had to hire geologists, botanists, We had to hydro seed it. We had to divert, or what the creek was built in the first that had too much erosion. We had to fix that. So now we have water that is access to a lot of this SEZ, and we just hydro seeded it. So what you see today is not what you're going to see in the spring. The springtime, all this will come back and now has irrigation to it, and it will look fantastic.
Great, thank you so much, Mr. Wishmeyer.
Thank you.
Okay, with that, I think there's a couple more maybe comments that would like to be made. Mr. Roberts?
Yeah, I mean, I think the project as a whole is appropriate. It's in the tourist core. You know, we do density is part of our, you know, plans. I do agree with Mr. Robbins, and I think Mr. Jenkins was citing that way as well. It's a little unfortunate, though, that it is going to be Airbnbs. It's not going to be any affordable housing. It's not going to be any nurses that are going to be able to afford it. As both Exline and, I forget your name, I apologize, both said, money is real. That's going to drive the price of these properties. It's going to be unaffordable, unattainable. It is what it is. Two things I would like to see our council view, you know, take from this is I think the tourist corridor is already too crowded and too congested. While we're adding so much more into this corridor at this time, I think we need to plan more further out into the city, spread it out more, spread that congestion out. I know the Midtown plan will do some of that, will address some of that, but I think we need to keep our finger on this going forward on how much more of this we approve. And also, I think any new projects in the city, I think there needs to be a concession for workforce housing. Now, there's going to be landscapers, there's going to be an office in that building, there's going to be housekeepers, there's going to be all kinds of workforce housing that's going to be added to the community. There needs to be, workers, not workforce housing, I apologize. The onus should be on them to provide more housing, either on property or somewhere in the town. I know we have fees that we charge for things like that, but that's the old government pot that, you know, the fees go somewhere and never goes towards workforce housing.
Thank you so much, Mr. Roberts. So with that,
I'll follow up on that, actually, for discussion. This project generates $0 of in lieu fees, primarily because the units are too small. And the reason we had that was so that units of modest housing wouldn't have to pay a fee to get built. The problem is we've created a loophole in that these units will never be used as housing because they're in the tourist core area. They can be used as unlimited Airbnbs, which is exactly what's going to happen. So there is no in lieu development fee or housing component that comes with this, as would be the case if this was built elsewhere, or if it didn't have, or if they were larger, say like the Gondola Vista project. And the last thing I'll leave you with is that, you know, for me, from what I'm concerned about in terms of my constituents as the people who work here, you know, the fact that our hotels are mostly empty is, to me, generally at best a quaternary or tertiary concern at best. But I will point out that we're adding more rooms at a time when Nick Exline himself was here advocating for special treatment because the other hotels that he is also representing at the same time don't have enough people filling the rooms. So what the hell are we doing, right? Why is it that we think it's such a great idea to build, you know, 30-odd Airbnb units that will compete against the hotels, which are already coming to us, the same people, in fact, representing them, coming to us saying, please give us special treatment so that we can sell off the rooms as more condos or as timeshares. This is absurd. This is an absurdity that we're doing here.
thank you, Mr. Robbins. Would somebody like to make a motion?
No, I just want to thank you all for thoughtful discussion. I think that this was really interesting as someone new, everything that was offered. And I guess I'll make the motion.
Great.
Making a motion to pass a resolution finding the Old Colony Inn residents tentative subdivision map for condominium purposes is exempt from CEQA pursuant to section 15332, class 32. Second, finding the tentative subdivision map is consistent with the Subdivision Map Act. And third, approving the Old Colony and Residence tentative subdivision map for condominium
Question,
purposes.
question. Could I have a question on the
Yeah.
motion? Mr. Hitchcock, I believe, said that the project itself, while state law creates the, well, let's not characterize it that way. Well, state law creates the fiction that there's no environmental impact that we've evaluated under maybe TRPA, impacts that this project could create, that has been done.
It has been done. We actually evaluated on the TRPA's environmental
Thank you.
checklist
Thank
as
you.
well as CEQA.
Yes, sir, thank you. So all was seconded based on that.
Great. Thank you. And before we vote, actually, I would like to correct the record about a statement Mr. Robbins said about me. There was never a vote by me or anybody actually to overturn Measure T. That was done by the courts, so I just wanted the record to be corrected, and with that, we can vote. And let's go ahead and take
That
a,
motion carries.
excuse me, sorry, we'll take a break until 7:45.
Good comments, though. I mean, it,
Ms. Blankenship, are we ready to go? All right, we'll go ahead and call this meeting back to order. We are going to be moving into regular new business. This is item number 10. This is going to be the selection of the executive search firm for city manager recruitment, and this will be Mrs. Ember Buckman.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. This item is to update the council on the selection of an executive search firm to assist with recruiting the next city manager. Following the city manager's notice of resignation, which will be effective February 17th, 2026, staff initiated a recruitment process to assist the council in selecting an executive search firm to help identify highly qualified candidates. An RFP was issued on December 23rd, 2025, and the city did receive 15 proposals. Proposals were evaluated by staff using the criteria in the RFP, including executive recruitment experience, team capacity, approach, cost, and client satisfaction. Based on that review, staff has identified a short list of 8 firms that best meet the city's needs, including Bob Murray, CPS, JGA, Koff, Prothman, Ralph Anderson, SGR, and WBCP. However, since that review, JGA has withdrawn their proposal due to capacity. Staff recommends that council review the remaining 7 shortlisted proposals, conduct interviews as necessary, and authorize the mayor to execute a professional service agreement with the selected search firm. The estimated cost range from all proposals was $25,000 to $63,000, and that budget is currently available. Several representatives from the firms are here with us today, either in person or via Zoom, to answer any questions that the council might have. So with that, I will go ahead and turn it over to council if you have any questions for staff or for any of the firms.
Great, thank you so much, Ms. Buckman. Council, any questions from council? Yes, Mr. Robbins.
Who's here with us today?
We do have Steve Worthington from Prothman here in person, and we have several representatives from the other 6 firms.
Yeah, I can only really see, readily identify Bob Murray and Associates. If you're on the Zoom call and you're one of the firms, if you could maybe rename yourself so I can identify who you are, that would be great. Thank you.
Well, while we're waiting, we'll go ahead.
I just want to know who showed up. So yeah.
Yeah. Any other council questions while we're waiting on that? No other council questions, so we'll wait to see who's.
If I may, Madam City Clerk, are there 6 other hands raised?
Actually, how about everyone who is on a firm, if you could just please raise your hand so I can identify what firm you're with. Okay, I do see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 hands raised in Eric Asbury, but he's not a firm.
Okay, so 5 raised, 1 in person, so 6 of the 7 are on currently.
I can't tell exactly which firm they could be on the long list, not the short list.
And yes, Mr. Jenkins.
I just want to say to staff, I guess in the form of a question, you really did a good job in narrowing these down, didn't you?
We tried our best to make this an easier task for the city council. We know it's an important task at hand.
Great, thank you, Mr. Urban and Ms. Horgan.
Yeah, I just want to say I read all of the pages before us. It was a very long weekend, and I feel like all of them seem very qualified, and not being an expert in recruitment or in city management. I think all of them probably would be good candidates in the short list. I'm wondering, my only question is if the city specifically has any, other than the 8 or now 7 that they've proposed, someone that they've worked with in the past, that they have a good working relationship, that they feel very strongly based on experience that would be the candidate they would nominate.
I would say that I have, based on the review and the information that we were provided, I have confidence that any of these 7 are capable of fulfilling this task. The city has had prior experience with Prothman and I believe Ralph Anderson that I'm familiar with, and I heard nothing but good things. I don't actually have one recommendation.
Ms. Horgan, I'll wait for discussion, but I'll be able to answer part of that as well. But we'll wait for discussion. Any other questions before we go to public comment? Great. Thank you so much, Ms. Buckman. We're going to go ahead and open this item up to public comment. So if there's anybody here in the room that would like to give Mr. Loberg.
Yeah, just Scott Loberg, South Lake Tahoe taxpayer. Just a quick question. Shouldn't the city manager recuse himself during the selection process? Wouldn't that be more appropriate in the selecting of their replacement?
Oh, thank you, Mr. Just wait till the end, and then we can address at the end.
Oh, that's a good question.
And yeah, we can address at the end. Any other? Yes, Mr. Mosier.
Ed Moser, South Lake Tahoe. Deja vu all over again. Yeah, I oppose the selection, or if you're even considering the selection, since the lady said that we have previous experience with Prothman and Ralph Anderson. Mr. Prothman was responsible for, and I have here from December 17th, 2019, report to City Council. He was the recruiter hired to hire Mr. Rush, who left us in 1 year, less than a year, actually stuck around for like 14 months, and because it was less than a year, Mr. Prothman had agreed to honor the 1-year guarantee and conduct a new city manager recruitment with no additional professional fee, except for expenses and travel expenses and marketing and advertising, and to bring people up here. I wouldn't use them again. Fool me once, that line. So I would definitely not consider Mr. Prothman. And also, I don't recall, and I didn't have the time to check as to who was the recruiter we used to hire Nancy Curry. He didn't do any recruiting. He just showed up here and came up here and said, oh, well, she was acting, and she was, at the time, was moved up from way down the list. People fell out of the wayside, and she ended up as assistant city manager. And so, of course, people were infatuated with her madness. And the recruiter just stood up here and said, oh, I don't think you're going to find anybody better, because that's what he was told to say. That's how this process works. You, Mr. Jenkins, you were city manager a number of times. You know how this game works. They ask you who you want, who you would like, and if it's somebody you like, and even if they're not even near qualified, well, they put them to the top and put them in the finals and let you choose. That's how the game works. I know people in other cities and city governments, and that is a fact. So it's a rigged process for the most part many times. So gentleman from Nancy Curry there, he just stood up and said, oh, I recommend her. So she was hired. They said, oh, really? Okay. So they didn't do any recruiting. They did no vetting. And that meant that because she wasn't really properly vetted when she was hired at a low echelon job for the city, you know, and as I said here, stated here previously, if I had known that she had was on her 5th husband at least, and problems there, and a number of issues at other places she worked, that would have never been hired or even considered, wouldn't have been in the top 50, or shouldn't have been. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mosier. Anybody else here in the room that would like to give public comment? We're seeing none, we'll go to Zoom.
Yeah, thank you. First, we have Valerie Phillips with Rob, oh, no. First, we have Eric Asbury.
Thank you, City Council and staff, for this time to speak on this matter. I was just going to throw out a suggestion. I don't know if I was going to recommend the Assistant City Manager, Hillary Roverard. She's been, you know, a pretty stable person in her position, very professional. I attended a speaking that she did. I don't know if she'd be interested in the position, but I just wanted to point that out, that we already have someone internal that could just move up potentially from assistant to city manager if she so desired, and you know, things could be, and then that way we would just be looking for an assistant for a replacement. So just thought I'd throw that support out for Hillary, and then thank also Joe Irvin for his service to this community. It's really been appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next up we have Pam Derby.
Hi, I'm Pam Derby, but I'm with CPS HR Consulting.
Okay, you didn't want to speak to council at all?
No.
Okay, all right, thank you so much. All right, no additional public comments, Mayor.
Great, all right, so we can go ahead and bring this back to council for.
Mayor, if I may, really quick.
Yes,
Sorry, I just
absolutely.
want to clarify. The question came up, should I recuse myself? The answer is no. This is a RFP that was conducted consistent with our procurement rules. In reality, I could have signed off on this contract based on the dollar amount, but it's such a high-profile hire for the city council that we brought the proposals to the council to consider. And so I'm sitting up here in a way that I'm not making decisions, but helping the council move forward.
Great, thank you so much for clarifying that, Mr. Irvin. Great, so we'll bring it back to council. I think real quickly, one thing, you know, we had 15 people apply. The shortlist that staff put in the staff report of 8 got reduced by 1 because Jacob Green and Associates has dropped out. So I think we could probably all agree that we're going to pick from that 7 so that we're just moving down to cutting it back to the 7. And then just to address that, we'll somewhat answer Councilmember Horgan's question. So Prothman is who we used in the 2 times that I've been here for recruitments. And I will say they have been really excellent. I think the public comment that we just heard about the fact that they did fulfill their guarantee is something that to me was really great. They, you know, yes, they brought somebody from across the country, out of North Carolina, but that shows me too that this wasn't like, oh, here's just a friend out of California. They did a real national recruitment proven by Frank Rush bringing him and his family across the country to move to South Lake Tahoe. He wasn't a great fit, and again, they honored it, and that's where we got Mr. Irvin, which to me has been transformative, amazing 5.5, 6 years it's been that we've worked together, and it really, our community is blessed for his service to the community through what we've gone through, and I think it's obviously being shown by being recruited by the city of Malibu, so it's unquestionable. However, we are at a place now to find a new recruiter. I'm not recommending necessarily Prothman, but I would, because again, I feel like both Mr. Stroud came through Prothman, Mr. Irving came through Prothman. We have a gentleman from Prothman here. So to me, that does stand at the top of the list, but I'm going to open it up to the rest of council to hear from everybody else. And Mr. Jenkins.
I don't mean to lay on my own experience, but I've dealt with the issue in recruiters over many years. And I just wanted to say that I agree with the staff's narrowing the list. I'm appreciative of those who have expressed an interest, but there are certain things that they looked at and I look at, when we do executive search firms, they don't just bring the service, their service, but what the good ones with many years of experience bring specific recruitment knowledge of candidates who are interested in pursuing a new career path. The experience and toolbox, the toolbox of people they know of or people they've heard of is critical to a successful recruitment. The question for all firms submitting proposals is, who will the firm select to be the lead recruiter on the project, and what is their experience in doing search? I want to see the most experienced recruiter assigned. The recruiter should, in my view, should be California-based. And then will the company guarantee the retention, as was done before, results for the selected candidate for 1 year, or do a subsequent recruitment for free? The recruiter must also assure us that they will only present for our consideration the most educated, skilled, and experienced candidates for consideration. We are looking for a leader who is an experienced manager or an assistant and professionally trained to be the next city manager. I do have some experience with a couple of the firms, but I'll save that for the conversation that we'll have later.
Great. Mr. Jenkins, would you like those questions? Would you like to ask that to the recruiters?
Well, I would like any recruiter speaking to tell me who is the lead recruiter and what experience do they have doing such an important recruitment and replace someone as important as we've had as a city manager, Mr. Irvin. And we have to do the right job, and they can help us a lot if we use them correctly.
Well, then I guess, any other questions, comments?
Which was the recruiter, wasn't one of the recruiters that contacted you for the Malibu position, wasn't that one of the ones on the list?
Yeah.
Yes, there it is, that's in my notes.
That's right.
Okay. Can we, if we hire them, can they recruit Joe
Joe
back?
back. We get a guarantee within a year. Nice. That's great.
I don't know, I'm at a bit of a loss here because, in a lot of ways, I feel like this is a decision that would have been better at the staff level. I don't feel like the five of us necessarily have a good insight into the metrics that would be used to evaluate. I'm glad it was narrowed down from, 15 to 8, otherwise this would be worse. But my preference would be to let staff make that choice. I just don't have enough. Yes, there's information on the pricing and whatnot, but in terms of really understanding who's good at this, I haven't been recruited by or used any of these firms, so I don't have good, I don't have good firsthand knowledge, nor do I feel like I have good metrics available in the materials other than literally just the price. And the problem, so to speak, is that the dollar amount isn't that much to begin with, right? So it's not such a huge swing that I feel like we have to choose based on price. I would like to choose based on quality. And I feel like I don't, and I suspect none of us really do have a good way of assessing who the best candidate is from this group. I would be inclined to say that, Prothman did a good job before, so they did a good job, so we hire them again. But that's a metric. It's just, I don't feel like it's a particularly good one, but it's more than the nothing I have for everyone else. And I don't mean that in a negative sense. I mean that in I lack adequate information to make an informed decision on this. And I feel like staff is in a better position to make that choice than we are. And I don't feel like there's a strong argument. I haven't heard yet a strong argument for one over the other. What I've heard is, and I don't mean this pejoratively, the argument for Prothman is a weak argument.
Sure.
But it's a argument.
Well,
it's just not a slam dunk of one. So I was like, sure. I would like, my suggestion would be to turn this decision back to staff, have them execute the contract. What I do think I want a great deal of involvement is in selecting the next city manager.
Well, yeah.
And it's important to remind the public, just because I know this, and I think everybody in comments got it. Like this is a meta issue. This is to select the firm to search for candidates, which we will then select. We're a solid 2 steps back here.
Right.
The point of real decision is selecting the next city manager. This is a meta decision. I don't feel like I have a good, I don't know.
Yeah, no, I get you,
David,
and I think
you
that,
seem to, this seemed to be your thing. So like, what is your, do you have an insight into which firm you think would be the right firm? That's a strong
well, I think,
argument.
hold on,
Yeah.
let's go around and hear from the rest of council. Mr. Roberts or Ms. Horgan, who would like to go? Mr. Roberts.
Yeah, I kind of agree with what you're trying to say there, Scott. As you know, I've dealt with a lot of recruiters in my career. I've hired a lot of managers, but nothing on this scale. But what it amounts to is it's definitely a part of the marketing industry. And when I deal with different salespeople and whatnot, the bottom line is I'm the one driving the search, and I've come to where I have to keep the recruiter in line to follow what I want. Don't try to sell me on who you want, which, let's be honest, that's part of their game. That's part of what they're doing. So I think and to be honest, one of the best managers I ever hired turned out to be the exact opposite of what I thought he was. And so it's difficult hiring people. You know, they're always putting their best foot forward. So we need to drive that search, and that comes later once we do start having candidates come before us. So I agree at this stage it's a little, you know, it's not as important, and I agree to that. But I would like to I have a short list of 4 of them that I'm thinking of. I'd like to make comments on them, if I may.
Great. Yeah, of course.
On the Bob Murray, I think he's got a lot of strong tenure in his team. Mostly California placements. All of them are city managers. I would think that would give him a little bit more feel for what our needs might be. Prothman, I think it's great. He's got a lot of placements, but not all of them are in California. Not all of them are city managers. I think the leadership is very strong, but I think his team has got a little bit of lack of tenure and a little bit less strength than what he has. Ralph Anderson, that would be my lead group. They've got a shorter turnaround time of 14 weeks as opposed to most of them are at 16. He's got a long list of placements. Mostly of them are in California and city managers. They're a local company. The leadership is strong, and their depth and their team is solid. And SGR and Ralph Anderson, you know, their wages, you know, that they're asking is right in the middle, so it's nothing out of the ordinary. And Strategic Governed Resource, very low turnaround, very strong list of placements, a lot of city managers, but very little of them are, you know, in California placements. So that's where I'm kind of standing on these, just to share with the team.
Great. Thank you so much, Mr. Roberts. Ms. Horgan.
I just want to echo Keith Roberts. I also really carefully went through all of them. I created a scorecard, and I thought I'm definitely going to objectively find the best candidate, but in reality, out of 100 points, they were all close to the top at 93, 95, 96. So that strategy didn't work. Coming back, though, I really think experience with city managers and focused in California are the 2 things that, at the end of the day, I think did separate some of the potential candidates out for me. And I had actually CPS, Coffin Associates, and Ralph Anderson, which even Bob Murray. I mean, the problem is here we are again there are many players, and they all seem very appropriate to choose. And the timelines, the funding, all of it is very nominal. What are we asking? Are we able to ask the firms question? Because I guess what I would ask, if they all want to provide, you know, a couple minutes of comment, would be their most recent hires, because I think they may have candidates already circling in their atmosphere that they know are actively looking, are strong candidates, they have a working relationship. So I would want to know, who have you, you know, which cities have you recently worked with, and do you mostly focus in California, so that, because I think California has unique challenges. And so I'd like to see the firm be very familiar with those challenges.
Could I, Mr. Mayor, can I just ask, council member?
Yeah.
In addition to what have you recently placed, what are your current recruitments? Because that'll tell you about what kind of, that might help in terms of saying, show the kinds of work they're already doing or are underway right now.
Agree, and I think that
Okay.
it would only take them a couple minutes to share that with us. So that would be helpful.
No, that's great. I think that we can absolutely ask everybody. I would add also to that, where do you view South Lake Tahoe as far as the ability to recruit for us? Do you feel that we're attractive to the city manager you're gonna be recruiting to, or where do you feel like we are on a scale of California cities? So I will go ahead and start with.
I will add to that a question also, if we're going to open this up to questions for the recruiters, which I think makes sense. If they've done placements recently in tourist-oriented communities.
Okay.
Because I think in addition to the uniqueness of California, now, if you're doing placements in California, odds are you're doing tourist-oriented communities, because so much of California is. But I think that is a somewhat orthogonal question that's also important.
Great. I believe, is it Steve that's here from Prothman? Great. If you want to come forward, and we can recite those questions if you need, but I think you may have it.
Excuse me while I get my notes ready. Well, first off, good evening, and Mayor Bass, thank you, and thank you, Council. It's a pleasure to meet you and a pleasure to be here. We wanted to get a firsthand experience about what your thoughts are with the search, and so Sonia Prothman, who's the CEO for Prothman, asked me to come in this evening, and which got a flight this morning and came in from Vancouver, Washington, where I live, and so was happy to get back here to Tahoe. I was here in 2022 doing the recruitment for the Tahoe Regional Planning Authority, and with the director that the 15-member board selected. It was a very interesting recruitment. It's a fascinating group, but it also helped me get a bit familiar with certainly their mission and the region. That helped, and it was one of the favorite recruitments for sort of because of the geography and the mission that they have, but also the complexity. It was a little different with a cross-state board and such. So as far as Prothman goes, we've been at this since about 2002. So 24 years of working in local government recruitments for Western states, principally along the West Coast. Yes, we've done work in California, and yes, we do a lot of work in the Northwest states. We have put together quite a team over that length of time. For me, I've been with Prothman since 2012. I retired as city manager where I was at in Washington State City. Prior to that, I had worked as a community development director for several cities in Washington, and I have about 35 years working in local government in Western states, primarily Washington. Also, about me, I just resigned as city council member for the city of University Place, Washington, moved from University Place to Vancouver so I could be a little closer to my grandkids. I served 12 years on council, and that includes 2 years as the mayor of University Place, a community of about 36,000 people right next to Tacoma and Puget Sound, to give you some sense of the location and the environment and such, and the different things that we worked there. In those recruitments that I have done with Prothman over the last 14 years or so, I've handled about 200 different recruitments. Many of those have been involved with chief executive officers. Many of those are city managers or city administrators and CEOs of agencies. So that would be an example like down the street with the TRPA and all. Not a city government, but very much involved in government, very much also having an important set of influences and needing to work in a political environment. What we work with often is dealing in that local political environment. Now, it isn't that we're handling the politics, you have that to do. But we do understand local politics and what it's like to be in that, because we've all been there, either as managers or administrators or as an elected official. And in my case, both. That gives us a little different edge for some. And we've been very, I think, effective with that. And it gives us some good insight into what we're looking for, what you are experiencing, and some of the things I think you'd be interested in. But ultimately, we look to you to give us guidance, for you to drive the ship about what we're looking for. That's key for us. And one of the things that we pride ourselves on is our stakeholder effort, which is when I come in, meet with you individually, and hear what's your interest in your next city manager. What are your objectives for your community? What are your constituents talking about that you want help achieving? Those are the things that I can help we work with to help us focus on the manager that you would like to bring here. So those are some of the distinctions for us. Another distinction that we have is our team. Not all of our team is involved in historic local government, if you will. Some, such as Jared, is involved in managing our data set and doing our email lists. One of the things we have is a very robust set of email lists with 20-some years of effort, and that is a major outreach tool for us. So Jared handles that, and that's what he's all about. And he also does some recruitments too, but they tend to be port districts and some other things. We have a pretty broad portfolio when you look at it. But the heart and soul of that is local government, and the key to that is about city management and city administrators. Madison, another team member, handles our social media. Well, thank goodness, because that's not my strong point. But it is for her, and she handles social media for us and reaching out and working that network.
Great.
As along with
Could
the
we go,
websites.
Steve, just to the question? So, Ms. Horgan, if you don't mind,
Sure.
Yeah, both David Jenkins and Mr. Jenkins and I had the same question, kind of complementing. What are the most recent placements that you've made, and can you comment on any placements you're currently working on?
Sure. So, most recent would be the King City Manager, the Dundee City Administrator. I'm currently working with the City of Gresham in Oregon and doing their city manager search. That's underway right now. Gresham's about 200,000 or so. I think it's the fourth largest city in Oregon. I also have searches on a couple of other areas, but within recent city manager searches. Earlier, though, I've done Madras, Oregon City Administrator, Chehalis, rather, and Centralia. Each are separate cities in Washington. I did City Administrator of one and City Manager of another, and they happen to be sister cities, and the searches were going on at the same time. Kind of interesting. My point is that I've done a lot of different searches in city management and city administration in western states, but we do other searches as well. Does that help?
My question was actually, so so basically, how do you see South Lake Tahoe and your ability to recruit for us comparative to other California cities right now with where we stand as a city financially and other aspects?
Yeah, no, I see you as an attractive recruitment setting, certainly. And I experienced that, and we experienced that. I did Tahoe in general is going to be of interest to a number of folks. They see some challenges and see opportunities. They know the tourism conundrum that you have and how to deal with both sides of that equation, a blade that cuts in two directions. So they're going to find a management pool that is aware of those things and trying to work with them on that.
Question was about placements in tourism-oriented communities, recent placements.
Yeah, so Dundee, Oregon is a tourism-related community. I just did their city administrator. Dundee is known for its wine, and so there's quite a bit of wine tourism coming into Dundee. It's really the center for the Willamette Valley wine industry, and they have a special appellation that's referred to for that particular, for the red soils of Dundee. It's a point of pride in their community. The other areas of tourism I've done would include Astoria and, let's see, excuse me, Yachats, Oregon. I've done recruitments for them as well. Understanding a bit about the tourism issues. Every community, though, is unique, and there's never really an exact match, but there is some crossover between certain communities.
Great. Thank you, Steve. We appreciate it. We're going to go to the Folks online, or Mr. Jenkins, did you, excuse me, I'm sorry. I thought, yeah.
Would you agree that, would you agree, you've already said that this isn't attractive, and I would agree with you, that it's a very attractive community in California, very great population, very great people. Issues that we face are a little different sometimes. But for a challenge for a person that wants to be a city executive, that's part of the attractiveness, or it should be, should it not, of an executive.
Yeah, often, and that's one of the things, if I were doing this recruitment, we would talk about is what are your challenges? Not just what's the beauty, but what's the challenge? Because people want to hear what mountain you want them to climb. And that motivates them. And so, yes, you're exactly right. And, so I'd like to hear about those challenges, and we weave that into our process.
We've got plenty. So with that, we'll look for some of the folks that were online. And just to remind folks, we do have all of, your proposals and have reviewed them. More than willing to hear anything, but we do have 3 pointed questions for those that are online.
Yeah, we do have a hand raised from Bob Murray. Bob Murray and Associates. This is Valerie Phillips, and you may want to just repeat the questions you would like her to answer.
Sure, Ms. Horgan.
Yes. The first question that we have is, what are the recent placements that you've made? And if you can comment, what are you currently working on?
Well, good evening. Excited to be here. I don't think my camera is on, but I don't think I can control that. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you just fine. No, we aren't.
Okay,
We did not activate
fantastic.
cameras.
Okay. So I'm Valerie Gata Phillips. I'm I'm Bob Murray, actually. I've owned the firm now for about 13 years, but we've been in business for 25 years. So I just wanted to give you that background. I also wanted to let you know some of the more recent searches. I think since we sent this proposal, we've completed some of the recruitments, but most recently, Eugene, Oregon, Monterey, and Cathedral City. Those searches will be announced closed, with new city managers being announced soon. And you asked about cities that had tourism. Right now I'm doing a search, and it's an expedited search of 12 weeks for the city of Sausalito. My husband's doing a recruitment for the city manager for the city of Pacifica. Like I just mentioned, Monterey, another tourism city. We've done a lot of wine country cities as well as Healdsburg, Clovis, Clayton. And we also in the region have done searches, city manager searches for Reno and Sparks, Nevada. And we do guarantee our recruitments for 1 year. And for some reason we have to redo the search. There's no cost other than the expenses. And you also asked about who would be taking on the recruitment. If we're awarded the recruitment, it would be me. So you'd get the owner. I'm Valerie Phillips. So I hope that answered your questions.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Folks. One other question we had for you was that how do you view South Lake Tahoe, especially considering you've recruited for wine country areas and places that are also very attractive? What do you see South Lake Tahoe in our position as we're at right now, and how you view our level of being attractive to a new city manager?
So I did take a look at your strategic plan, and I was taking a look at, I think, the top 7 core things that you guys were talking about in your strategic plan and the goals. And I think that's going to be attractive to the right candidates. We're going to be running a nationwide recruitment. We've got a newsletter that goes out to 7,000 people. We've got over 45,000 people that follow us on social media. We're going to get the word out there. But, your city kind of sells itself in the beauty and the outdoors. I mean, it's going to attract maybe a certain type of person who wants to be in that kind of city and environment. So I think that's a definite plus. I mean, I'm in Roseville near Folsom Lake. Grew up going to South Lake Tahoe, so I know the region in that sense and the beauty that, it's just gorgeous. So I think you're going to get a lot of interest. I think you're going to get nationwide interest. But, we've done over 40 city manager searches in 2.5 years. Most of those, probably 99% of those have been in California. So we have a lot of folks that we could reach out to immediately. We're also hosting an event at the League of Cities in the beginning of February. We're hosting a private event for city managers. It's the City Manager Conference. And so we host it every year, and we have anywhere between 30 to 45, maybe 50 city managers that attend, as well as about a little over a dozen assistant city managers. So we would be plugging this recruitment big time at that conference. And I think there will be a lot of interest.
Thank you so much. We will go to the next.
All right. If we,
She answered the tourism question. She answered it. Yeah. Go right ahead.
Are there any other recruiters online that we could call in? Next, we have Pam Derby.
Good evening. Thank you so much for having us. I'm Pam Derby. I'm the manager of the executive recruitment function at CPS HR Consulting. What is a little different about CPS HR is we are a California Joint Powers Authority. Last year, we celebrated our 40th anniversary. I've been with the company, I'm entering my 23rd year with CPS HR. Before that, I was the aide to the Board of Supervisors in Yuba County. I am a Northern California native as well. And so some of our recent recruitments, I've just finished the City of Sacramento city manager search, their city attorney search. I also just did the Washoe County county manager search. We're working for Douglas County right now as well. We've done considerable work in the Tahoe area over the years. And you know, we are a full service HR consulting company, but we just finished the general manager search in the last 6 months for the Tahoe Truckee Sanitation Agency. Over the years, we've worked for the Tahoe Conservancy. We have also worked for the TRPA, the Transportation District, South Tahoe Public Utility District. So we have considerable experience in the region. And I believe that, you know, talking about the tourism, we've worked in many tourist places. We do have a team in Colorado and have spent time working for Aspen and some of those. We've also done quite a few different, for cities, done their visitor groups. And so the GMs for their, you know, we've done the Cow Palace. Because we have so many options for things, we have a class and comp group. We do organizational structure and strategy. We have executive search. We have HR outsourcing. So we have done many of these things. But one of the things I would say about the attractiveness is obviously, you know, we're talking about one of the most beautiful places on earth, frankly, I said to someone today. But the other thing to keep in mind is it has to be some place where people can live. You know, you were talking about affordable housing earlier. In looking at the salary, Mr. Irvin's last salary, you know, it's a little bit below where many other cities are. And so we would certainly do an executive salary study for you. That would be part of our service. I have a compensation guru on my team that we would be using. I think it's really important for you to see how, and it may be that the budget wouldn't allow it, but I think it's really important for you to see how your salary compares, because while it's a beautiful place and there's going to be a lot of people who are interested, we need to make sure that you're putting your best foot forward as far as this is the best compensation package you can offer. This is what is going to draw people. And I think those are the things to focus on.
Great. If we could get to the questions, I think you answered actually 2 of them, but there's one more. Did you? Okay, great. I didn't catch just on yours, but she did talk about the tourism one, but if you'd like to
I
re-ask.
didn't catch that. That wasn't the whole thing.
She said she had worked in tourist places, but if you want to reiterate the tourist places that.
I mean, she recently mentioned Sacramento, Douglas County,
Right.
Aspen.
Aspen, that's one.
But specifically, maybe if you want to comment about recent placements in tourist areas with a focused tourist economy.
That's a very good question. And I have to look. There's, you know, we have a big team. So we have about 50 recruitments going on between 30 and 50 recruitments going on at a time. I want to say there's been several in Colorado recently. We consider Sacramento to I mean, we consider California, frankly, to all be tourists. We're doing the economic development director in Lodi right now, which is wine country. We've done an awful lot in the Napa and Sonoma County regions. So that's always something to keep a focus on. Every recruitment, you're looking at all of those things. So.
Great, thank you. Mr. Jenkins, did you have a question?
Well, you know, when you mentioned Napa and you talked about the wine region, we have wine here also.
Great. Thank you so much, and let's go to whoever is next
All right,
online.
if there's any other recruiters online who would like to address council, please go ahead and raise your hand and I'll call on you. All right, Fred Wilson.
Hi, good evening.
Good evening, go ahead.
Hi, good evening. So just to answer your question, so I'm with the firm of Ralph Anderson Associates, and we've been in the business of public sector work for 50 years plus. I myself have been a recruiter for about 6 years. And during those years I've been with the firm, probably handled about 40 recruitments, almost exclusively based in California. My background prior to making the jump over was actually a city manager. So I have 20 years as a city manager in 2 communities in California. So over the years, I've developed some strong relationships with the city management profession and all the folks who work out there. Most recently, the searches that I've completed include Gilroy, Los Banos, Los Altos Hills is coming up, and a fair amount of work in Southern California. In terms of tourist communities, I've worked in Solvang, Carpinteria, Pismo Beach, Laguna Beach, so all those tourist-based economies. So kind of bring that perspective of the tourism importance to a recruitment. And so I kind of bring kind of all those skill sets to this opportunity. So the question about is Tahoe an attractive place? The answer is yes. I think beyond your natural beauty, I think the stability that Joe provided, I think the good reputation that your city has in terms of governance, I think should make this recruitment kind of I won't say easy, but I think not as difficult as others that I've worked on. And I think a lot of it is due because of how well the city's managed and how well your city manager has functioned in that role. So I've been brief, but is there any questions or part of questions that I missed?
No, I think you really you hit them all. Thank you so much. That was great.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else online? Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next up, we have K&A, Chelsea Freeman.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you so much for letting us join tonight. Appreciate your time. I just wanted to share, Coffin Associates, it's been around for quite some time. We were actually acquired about 6 years ago by a much larger company, but it only just allows us to have a larger footprint and be able to deliver, I think, on a higher quality. I want to speak to, obviously, recruitments that we have currently done or have recently closed. We are currently actually doing one for Coachella Valley, which also is a huge tourist area. But we've also done, different jobs up in Sonoma County as well. So that covers kind of your tourism question. And then also from an attractiveness perspective, I will say, it is our job, obviously, as recruiters to find what makes a client unique and find essentially the candidate for that role. And so, yes, Tahoe is beautiful. I'm also from the Central Valley of California, lived in Northern California. So, have experienced it myself as a tourist. It's absolutely beautiful. That would be an easy sell. But I look at it more from a perspective of a partnership with you all to really hone in on what you're looking for, right? This isn't just a quick position to fill. We also have a year guarantee. We don't really want to utilize that, right? We want to find someone that is actually going to be, I guess the term fit, not many people like that, but really a fit to what you're looking for from an ideal candidate perspective, and really trying to find someone that has a desire to come alongside what you're already doing as a city, what you've done to be successful as a council, and really partner with you. And so we, would want to find the person that matches much as that. It will be a challenge, I will say. Yes, it is a beautiful place. It is a draw for a lot of people, but we wouldn't necessarily be looking for just someone that wants to come and live in Tahoe, right? We want someone that actually wants to move Tahoe into a next phase and to really honor the citizens and honor what you're already doing, but also move it forward. I know the current and soon to be previous city managers done a phenomenal job, which makes our job easier as recruiters, but we really would want to partner with you all to make sure that we're helping be a part of and we invest into the future of your city as well.
Great. Let's see some of the questions or
Recent California experience, I believe, and my
Yeah.
question was recent tourism.
Heather, go for it.
Yeah, I really appreciate your presentation and actually the materials that you provided. I was really impressed with. The question that I'm asking tonight is, what are the recent placements that you've done or are working on currently in California?
Yeah, we actually mainly specialize in California. I'll say we've done some outside of California. We recently have placed, I'm looking at our list, specifically city managers, Coalinga. We have done Lawndale. Like I said, we are currently doing Coachella. We've placed many other ones, whether from a general manager to an executive director as well within a special district or a county. We have also placed, anywhere from County of Sonoma to, down south to Gilroy to Central Coast, all up in between. We've done Oxnard. But again, we only specialize in California.
Great.
Coachella and Coachella's
Answers
once a year
your-
is a big tourist town, I guess, and
Great.
Oxnard is all year round. Coachella for a week out of a year is a big tourist community.
My question was really just how you view South Lake Tahoe and your ability to recruit compared to other California cities as, where we kind of stand at a city and how we'll be viewed from your perspective.
Yeah, like I mentioned, I think you'll be viewed very desirably, right? From a location perspective, from a beauty perspective, I don't think that's going to be a challenge. I think it's, again, coming down to finding someone that's wanting to partner with you all and to really come alongside what you're already doing. That's going to be the challenging part, right? We want to make sure we're not just filling a position. At the end of the day, I'm not just phoning something in just to fill a role. That's not what we do. We really want to partner with you to find the right person at the end of the day. And I think that's going to be the more challenging aspect of this, right? I'm a very transparent person. And so I think that's going to be the challenging part, is just finding someone that's going to be there for the long term and want to partner with you.
Great, thank you so much.
All right, thank
And
you.
is anybody else there online?
All right, are there any other recruiters on our Zoom who would like to address council? Go ahead and raise your hand.
Mayor, if I may, I received word from WBCP that they could not stay on anymore, so they cut off.
Okay, sounds good.
No additional recruiters have expressed an interest in addressing council.
Okay, thank you. Great, so with that, we'll go ahead and bring this back. I think that, there's been a lot of comments. I think that all of these are very qualified, as Ms. Horgan went through. They all really come out towards the top. And really, like, hearing from a few of them, I love the idea of local people. I will just say it again, for me, I've had experience with Prothman, so that's why I naturally go to them. I will say that in both of those recruitments, it was really great the way that they worked with us and that type of thing, but I think we would get that out of anybody. And then with Prothman, of course, the fact that they brought us Joe and Heather is another major kind of thing, because that we have direct experience. But I'll leave it at that and kind of look to council for, I think, Mr. Jenkins first up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First, I'd like to thank those who have submitted proposals for recruitment. And having been on both sides of this process over many years, I know that, and familiar with some of the firms, I wanted to say that I do agree with the Mayor Pro Tem that I think, given where we are and where I think we want to go, that I would see the firms that I would like to have further conversation with is Bob Murray and Ralph Anderson. The years of experience both those firms have in California is extensive. The other CPS is very good. I'm familiar with them. They're good people. I think if we have to, since we can't use them all, if you have to narrow down, I think the two, they seem to, in my opinion, in my experience, will best serve us at this point in our time.
Great, thank you, Mr. Jenkins. All right, any other, Mr. Roberts?
Yeah, I just wanted to say, I thank all of them for who commented, and they all spoke very well and very impressive and very clearly and articulated well, and was impressed by all of them. But I don't think it changed my opinion at all. I still put Anderson as a top, with Murray as a second, and then Prothman would come in at third and from my position. But
Great, thank you, Mr. Roberts.
Go ahead to see what Councilmember
Great,
Roberts
Mr.
has to
Roberts.
say.
I'll go
yeah.
first. So I was going to make sure you go first. If you want me to go first, I have to go first. I find myself circling back in a large sense to where I was when I started. I think I was kind of hoping that one of the at least a few of the presentations would be awful. That would help narrow it down. Sorry, I don't mean that. Actually, I do mean that glibly. Sorry. So, my concern is that of having a lack of a really good and particularly an objective measure to narrow the field in a rigorous way. I'm inclined towards Prothman. The fact that Bob Murray recently did Monterey is a big deal. That's a major tourist destination with housing crises and in that way a lot of similarities. And so that's I think worth a note. But everyone gave a good set of reasons why we should pick them. Frankly, if I had my druthers, I would have had staff bring us the contract to approve and have had this decision be made at the staff level. I understand the thinking, right? This is not a dig at staff in any way. I understand the reasoning that this is a high-profile item, and so we want every aspect of it to be transparent. I feel like having had everyone give a good set of, reasoning as to why we should pick them, and no one really spiking the ball, I lack for a good way to really narrow it down. My suggestion then would be, why don't we narrow it to 4 and just let staff pick from the 4 or something to that effect? Unless someone has a strong argument for why we should pick one over the other, and I haven't heard that yet.
Well, I guess my only argument would be we're here to do it, and
Yeah,
so we
that-
just
that
spent all
too,
this
and
time, and let's just do it, so
yeah.
we're moving forward. Like, if we would have done that, we would have had this selected like a month ago.
If I may add it,
That's kind of what's a little frustrating
I agree.
from a standpoint, and this gets into like the meta issue, which is one of the challenges we have
Let's hear from
is.
the rest of council, and maybe
Yeah.
we'll get consensus. Mr. Jenkins, do you have a like a list of 3 or a top, or do you want to put them out like Mr. Roberts did?
Yeah, I think based on the experience of recruitment in California for city managers, particularly in tourist communities and the broad base, and some of my own experience over many years, that I think Ralph Anderson and Bob Murray are that if I were to narrow it, not to take away from anybody else, but just to narrow it, I would narrow to those 2.
Great, thank you, Mr. Jenkins. Ms. Horgan.
I think I actually agree. All of us kind of have them on the short list. I just wish I had written down with Bob Murray and Associates what their most recent, somehow I didn't write down their most recent placements. I had written them on everybody else's.
Pacifica, we could ask again if you would like, but I believe it was Pacifica.
The most recent, the ones that
But
were
I think that, well, it's interesting
Would
because
you like to hear from them?
So we've basically got 2.
They have their hand
If
raised.
Miss Gaeta Phillips, I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing that right, Valerie, if you could just comment again, because I feel like what it comes down to then is who you're working with currently or have recently, because you're going to have people interested in our
I am here. Okay, so recently just took on Sausalito, which is a heavy tourism base. Pacifica, my husband's conducting that recruitment. Monterey, I just closed. I'm going to go through my list here. Davis is another one we just did. Folsom, the city of Folsom. As far as other tourism-based, Manhattan Beach, as well as the city of Clovis, which is near wine country. Let's see, I'm looking for more in here. Pacific Grove, another heavy tourism-based city. Reno, which was a couple of years ago, different kind of tourism, but tourism-based as well. So those are some of the ones that.
No, that's wonderful.
Okay.
I'm actually prepared to make a motion. I'd like to pass a motion authorizing and directing the mayor to execute a professional service agreement with Bob Murray and Associates.
I'll second that.
Great. We have a motion and a second, and we can go ahead and vote. All right.
That motion carries.
Could I comment also?
Sure, go right ahead, Mr.
I
Jenkins.
think, I think that what Bob Murray and Associates brings, in addition to its skills and their skills that all firms bring, is that they bring a diversity element to the recruitment process to look at a broader base of candidates, that might otherwise maybe not be looked at, and that they've done that recruitment successfully and done placements successfully of a diverse base of people. And in a community like ours with a large Latino population and so on, I think that's important. You bring the best person, but make the opportunity available to everyone. Make sure that they have an opportunity to be part of that review that the council will ultimately make.
All right, great. Thank you, Mr. Jenkins. With that, we will go ahead and take a small break. We will come back at 8:55.
Okay, I think we're gonna get going. Here's the microphone that's broken.
That's the microphone is broken. I just want to make sure it wasn't on. It's not on, right? It's
Great, so we are going to go ahead and call this meeting back to order. I was going to ask council if you guys wouldn't mind taking item 12 before we take item 11, only because we have some folks here in the audience that may like to get out of here sooner than later. So that would just be taking the amended funding agreement with South Shore Transportation Management Association first, if everybody's okay.
Yeah, sure.
Great. So we'll go ahead and call item number 12. This is going to be Miss Hillary Roverud.
Put my head on, my head's getting cold.
Funding agreement with the South Shore Transportation Management Association for 3 years of microtransit service within the city limits. In September 2025, the City Council approved a funding agreement to continue providing $650,000 to SSTMA for the microtransit service through fiscal year 25-26. As part of the motion, the City Council also noted that the city would commit an additional $200,000 if the Tahoe Regional Planning Agency would commit California Transportation Development Act or SB 125 funds for microtransit expansion to the Y. At that time, the City Council also expressed some interest in us pursuing a 3-year agreement with SSTMA in order to provide more stable funding for them going forward. So the TRPA did grant a request from SSTMA to utilize $750,000 of California SB 125 funds to support Lake Link microtransit operations within the city limits. Once that was granted, then we started into discussions about establishing a 3-year funding agreement that would expand services to the entire city and would provide, again, that 3 years of funding going forward. With the agreement that's before you, the expansion of service to the rest of the city would occur in July of 2026. And at that time, the service area would be broken into 3 service zones. Service zone number 1 would include the majority of the current service area within the city of South Lake Tahoe. Service area number 2 would be the Douglas County portion of the service area, and zone 3 would be down near the Y. There's also an overlap zone, which is kind of in the state line area, crosses both into Douglas County on the Nevada side and South Lake Tahoe on the city side, where people could take rides from that overlap zone to either Zone 1 in the city or Zone 2 in Douglas County. Otherwise, rides would have their origin and destination within the same zone. The idea being that the microtransit would be able to bring people to fixed route service. Now that we have 30-minute headways on Route 50 along the highway, that would be the opportunity to bring people further distance across town or across the service area into Douglas County. The agreement also includes an addition of an additional vehicle into Zone 3 in the Y area in October of 2026, as we anticipate that demand would increase after the first few months of service in that area. The funding that the city would be committing would be that additional $200,000 that was already included in previous council motion in this current fiscal year, for a total of $850,000 this fiscal year. And then the city's contribution would increase to $1.1 million in year 2, and then $1.1 million again in year 3. We anticipate that this agreement would be funded through parking garage revenues. The $200,000 additional funding for this fiscal year is available in the parking garage revenues, and we're recommending part of your motion to approve moving those funds into the account for contributions to microtransit. For fiscal years 2 and 3, we would include those additional funds in with the operating budget that is provided to the council each summer. We did include a caveat in this agreement. If something were to occur with the parking garage revenues that we're not able to cover at least 80% of this the funding for each year, we would need to bring this agreement back to council for reconsideration or termination. We did that to kind of limit the exposure of the general fund to this particular agreement. Also, when the parking garage bonds were paid off, the thinking at the time was that those revenues would be able to come to fund additional transit services within the city. However, with the parking garage discussions that have been occurring and the recent change in the parking garage systems, we just felt that it was important to have that little bit of backstop in this particular agreement. With that, if you have any questions, happy to answer them.
Great, thank you so much, Ms. Roverud. Questions from council? Mr. Jenkins.
Thank you for your report, and thank you for your work on this matter. I support the proposal and this is I guess my questions. Are all parties, they've guaranteed that they will pay what their share is for the duration of the agreement, realizing that we cannot, as a city council, as I understand it, commit beyond a fiscal year. Each fiscal year, we look at what our revenues are, what our expenditures are, what our needs are, and that we have to evaluate that on a yearly basis. But are all the partners putting their skin in the game, as the kids might say?
Right. So I can speak to a couple of the partners. I know SSTMA does work with a much broader group of partners, and Mr. Proctor, who is the chair for SSTMA, is here, as well as Raymond Suarez is on the Zoom, the executive director, and they could speak a little more specifically if you have specific questions. But Douglas County has entered into a 3-year funding agreement, similar agreement, for microtransit service, mainly that Zone 2, which is in the Douglas County side. The TDVA, as part of the event center TRPA permit, is required to pay into the microtransit system. That's kind of where the whole concept of microtransit began. So those are the significant partners that are providing funding into the microtransit service across the South Shore.
So the simple answer might be that everyone's at this point, doing their part, paying their share.
Well, there's always more that can be contributed, but yes, those are the partners that are.
But no, and because I'm a little concerned long term. What's happened in California with public agencies that commit general fund money over long terms, and I can think specifically in the Bay Area, San Francisco Bay Area, with BART and with San Francisco Muni, where long term, if everything's free, there is no free lunch. So if everything's free, you keep spending more and more and more, and you have less and less and less. And the general fund ends up getting hit, and then there's not enough money to operate a system. And I want to just be sure, again, I support it, but I want to be sure that we have adequate funds and that we're not neglecting things like our streets that need a lot of help. The parking garage, I have an intimate knowledge of that early development of that. And those revenues, I think we have to look carefully in the future where we use them. Because we have a lot of general needs, and but I thank you for the work and the partners who are doing their part now. And if we're going to keep it, everyone has to do their part, and because there is no free lunch. Would you agree?
Yes,
There's no free lunch.
Yep, and this is a three-year commitment. with that caveat that parking garage revenues would fund this
Yeah,
agreement.
last point I didn't make, and it's something that relates to this. I want to see this council take a specific action to request that California TDA funds be directed to the city. Given our unique experience, we are providing a transit system to use those funds, that we are guaranteed those funds, and rather than just talking about it, that we have the mayor direct, that don't we need assurances long-term that we're going to have revenue? TDA funds were intended by the California legislature for that exact purpose, as I understand it. And so would it not be useful if we had long-term commitment of TDA funds? And let's figure out of things we can do is let's get those funds committed for our transit system for a longer term. And in order to do that, would it not be helpful to get that process started now? Not ask permission, but tell them these are our funds, we need to get them. I said it a little less articulately, but that's the debate. I think you get it.
No, that's certainly been a conversation that has occurred with the city council, especially with the relationship with the transit JPA, that is a priority of the JPA, and with the funding that this council approved in order for that agency to remain intact, that will be something that they will be discussing.
Absolutely. Ms. Oregon, excuse me.
Yeah, can anyone comment on the route, if I have a question about the route? Where you can get picked up and, yeah, the service area?
Sure, yeah. Maybe I can, or the SSTMA representatives.
I instructed my son to take the Lake Link to the Cal Lodge for work, and he said he could take it there, but he couldn't get picked up there. And I just don't understand the nuances of that, like where you get picked up, where you get dropped off, and how the service area works.
That is a nuance, so I will defer to the SSTMA representatives to answer that question for you.
Cal Lodge is in Zone 1, isn't it? Sir? I thought Cal Lodge was in Zone 1.
Try my best. Good evening, Mayor, Council, and staff. Chris Proctor, Chair for SSTMA, for the record. You didn't really give me a nice warm-up question. You gave me the tough one first. My understanding is that is not the situation, that this is a geo-fenced type of app, and when somebody places a request, they're told, where to go to get picked up. Sometimes there is something called a redirect, where if you're closer to fixed transit, the app will tell you to go to fixed transit. So I can't give you a good explanation for why your son had that experience.
Yeah, so his experience is that he would have to walk a couple blocks, which is fine to get picked up to get home, but that they would drop him off at the Cal Base Lodge for work. That's where he works. So I guess that's...
Yeah, so I didn't give you a great answer. We do have our executive director, I think, is still online. I'm not sure, Sue, if you see Raymond Suarez there.
Was this a time thing about the time that he was coming back? Because the service only runs to, I forget what time o'clock.
I think it's the redirect. It's because your house isn't, if it's close enough to a transit stop that's on the main line, it's going to automatically redirect the rider to the main line. And if so your house isn't close enough to the main line, it'll send the Lake Link straight to your house. And when he's at Heavenly, the main line is going up to the main lodge. Therefore, the app is going to redirect him to the main line to then get back. And then Lake Link would actually, I believe, bring him to the house. But if Mr. Suarez is online, he could.
He's online and ready to address you, yes.
Yes, that is correct. For the record, Raymond Suarez, Executive Director of the SSTMA. The service was modified about 6 months ago. To ensure that we're not competing with fixed route service and the Heavenly Shuttle. So it is very common in transit to have what they call a catchment area, which is an area that's an acceptable walking distance to a particular stop, so that we're not just picking everybody up curb to curb. So depending on the situation, where he's being picked up, we will take him to Cal Lodge, but on the reverse commute, if there is a designated location for pickup, we tend to ask people to walk to that location so we can pick them up, so to make the system more efficient.
Excellent. That answered my question perfectly.
Great.
While you're here, I have.
I could just,
Yeah, if Mr.
the
Robbins,
I could
yes,
just address
please.
one comment by Councilman Jenkins. So, I put together, just some data to help answer your question specifically. If we look at the intended funding for 2026, it's just a little south of $3 million. Okay, so that would be the total funding that we're hoping to get in 2026. Douglas County comes in at about 25% of that fund. The city would be at around 27%. So it's close. So back to the fair share or everyone doing their part, I think we're getting really close. The city's responsibility, if this agreement goes forward, would be in the 34, 32, 30% range. So that would remain about the same for the 3-year term, to answer your question. Something that I think Councilman Jenkins brought up at a previous time was just the balance of government funds to private funds. So that's still a big challenge for us. We're averaging, right now, looking at that 2026, it's about 77% government to 22% private. It stays in that phase right now, but we have talked as a board that we really want to reinvigorate the private funding requests. We do know that we have maybe this large healthcare system called Barton that you guys might have heard of that's, I think, willing to make a commitment. It's been hard to get that across the line without having the service come to Barton. So with the contemplation that we would come to the Y and come to this location, I think that might give me a little more leverage to get some funding on the private side. But I think that's something we'd like to reinvigorate because we did a lot of private funding requests to start this process and get this off the ground, and I think we would go back to that to answer your question.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much, Mr. Proctor, on your presentation. And I want to say that unlike other transit systems, the private sector contribution that you're already doing or may plan to be doing is the kind of collaboration that I think we need for future success. And so I'm very pleased that Barton and hopefully other major employers will see the benefit and pay the, and help out in this. But thanks to Barton for that.
Mr. Roberts, anything? All right. Great. Thank you.
I have a question.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
Excuse me. Go for it, Mr. Robbins.
So, as I recall, we were on this we had this topic before us about 4 or 5 months ago. I lost track exactly of time, but it was less than a year ago. And the specific issue then was whether or not we were going to do a 1-year or multi-year funding agreement. And less than a year ago, like 5 months ago, the staff recommendation, which was relayed through staff from SSTMA, was that they only wanted a 1-year agreement. Now we're here with a 3-year agreement. And I specifically asked about doing a multi-year agreement then. And what's changed since then to now? We were looking at a multi-year agreement.
Yeah, I think both of us can answer this. So I think at the time, because of the way the initial term of the 1 year was going to sunset before the end of last year, we wanted to maintain the funding mechanism, with the idea being that we would renew the 1 year and then commit to sitting down and doing what we're doing here. Did I get that right?
Yes, that is accurate. And what has changed is the contribution of the SB 125 funds.
When did that come online?
Is that October, November?
What's that? I'm sorry, what was
The
that?
SB 125?
Yeah, that's in process right now. So that was approved in October. So your recollection's correct. It was just the timing of, trying to see what makes the most sense. And I think the mayor at the time wanted to make sure that we could go up and do our work to secure that SB 125 fund to bring us back to, Councilman Jenkins' point, which is, let's get California money that's due to us. Let's get it here in our community and let's use it in our community. So I think those were all the goals we were trying to achieve.
All right. Yeah, I mean, just from an efficiency standpoint, it would have been nice if we had gotten this, if we did this months ago rather than doing this again.
yes.
But whatever, we're here, we'll do
And
it.
it's
Fine.
great that we also, Douglas County has made this
Government
commitment
works
as
so
well,
efficiently.
so it's a good thing that we're coming together. So,
Okay, we're doing it, we're doing multi-year funding now.
Mr.
Fine.
Roberts, please.
I mean, on that note, I think it's fair to say that so many things have improved in the last 5 months, and the progress that's been made, warrants a different agreement.
Well, and I just would be remiss if I didn't acknowledge, Jim Marino's leadership. I think, I just am completing my second year as chair. And I would say that from my perspective, number one, becoming a learner and learning about transportation and being educated in transportation, and also seeing Jim ascend to where he's at now has made, I think, a big a contribution to those improvements, Mr. Roberts. I really do. I think we're in a kind of a
Quick,
golden
just
age.
Technical follow-up here, real quick. I haven't taken Lake Link in a hot minute. When did Zone 3 service already start, or when will it start? Because it says 26.
If this gets approved, we would start that July 1st. of
July 1?
26.
Okay.
Yeah,
All right,
at the same time that we're expanding up to the top of Kingsbury. So we have 2 expansions planned for this year based on the funding of our partners.
It's
really
what's
great.
interesting about that. Sorry, this is
Well,
more
yeah,
of a
let's go
comment. I'll come
discussion.
back for that.
Thank you, Mr. Proctor. All right, we are going to go ahead and open this item for public comment. Mr. Loberg.
Scott Loberg, South Lake Tahoe taxpayer. We already have a bus going to Barton. We don't need to duplicate and triplicate with Heavenly Transport, the bus, and these lake links. If I hadn't come to the meeting before, Lake Link would still be using Montana plates. You know, putting a Keep Tahoe Blue license plate frame on the back, putting stickers on the back, doesn't make it local. Transit money from here going to Montana. You've got number 6 priority, protect the natural environment, yet you're importing vehicles from freaking Montana. You know, these Toyota Siennas, they are certified for all 50 states, yet you got a dealership just 2 miles from here. You got one in Placerville. You got 6 in Montana. But what do? You bring them from Montana. How ridiculous is that? You're trying to solve an environmental problem by having transit, and yet you bring it from freaking Montana. What kind of sense is that? And the mayor's on that board. Where's the oversight? You know, there's no oversight on this. I say just cancel this. You already got the buses going, and run another bus, and then put this money into the roads that deserve funding, that are woefully underfunded. Just toss some money more on transit? You gotta be kidding me. The county won't fund any of it. Nevada, Douglas County's kicking in, another source from Nevada, but nope, El Dorado County's not gonna spend any money on this. And I can't say I blame them. The oversight is just pathetic. To allow vehicles from Montana to be running on our roads. If I hadn't said anything, they'd still have Montana plates. And you can't run them in California without getting the California plates and the California sticker and license them in California. You have a short window to do that. And if I hadn't brought it up at the other meetings, you'd still be driving Montana vehicles with Montana plates, probably paying Montana wages for these drivers. It's ridiculous. What are we trying to do here? We're trying to give all the money away, send it down the river? It's ridiculous.
Thank you, Mr. Loberg. Yes, please. State your name for the record.
Hello, good evening. My name is Jessica Grime. I'm here to address mayor and council and staff, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Tahoe Chamber Board of Directors and our membership. We strongly support the proposed 3-year Lake Link funding agreement on the council's motion to approve and amend the agreement with the South Shore Transportation Management Association. It has been made very clear through community feedback from riders and local businesses that there is a strong interest and expanded Lake Link in the expanded Lake Link service, particularly expansion to the South Tahoe Y, and broader access throughout the city as the funding allows. This feedback has come directly from employees, residents, and business owners, including the members of the South Lake Tahoe Restaurant Association. Those who see Lake Link as a critical workforce and customer access solution. We appreciate that this agreement provides stable, multi-year funding, allows planned citywide service expansion, aligns with regional transportation goals, leverages state funding sources while ensuring local accountability. The Chamber believes this investment supports workforce mobility, reduced congestion, access to jobs and services, and more connected and resilient local economy. On behalf of the Chamber's board and membership, we respectfully urge the City Council to approve and recommend actions in support of the 3-year Lake Link funding agreement and service expansion as described in the staff report. Thank you for your continued leadership and commitment to practical, forward-thinking transportation services.
Thank you so much. Mr. Mosier.
Ed Moser, South Lake Tahoe. I'm a big fan of public transit. And I'd really like to use it here more, except it seems every time I wanted to use the bus, it was near lunchtime and they didn't have somebody to fill in for the driver, so they skipped a route while the guy had lunch and ended up waiting for an hour. Over the years, it's been quite sketchy and not really a transit system. And that's quite well known. As for this is a free taxi and free limo service, basically. There are advantages to it, and it's providing some people. One of the big problems is when you get near state line or people working in the tourist core, there's not even parking for employees. Heavenly Village was built, and you got 43 businesses, and didn't have to provide a parking space for employees or customers. So that's, part of the problem. And so you should get more input and more contribution from private parties and from businesses because they've been putting patios out with barbecues and things, taking up parking spaces in their motels and stuff so we're instead guests or employees can't even park there. Changing the feeder routes, but first of all, I'd like to say, so I make sure I get it in, is should charge at least $2 or $3 a ride. Some contribution towards the cost here. That's nothing. That's a mere pittance. And you could sell tokens to avoid taking cash on board or something, or putting machines on that are going to jam or something. You can have a number of businesses and places around town, transit centers that sell tokens. But you should get something for it and to help offset the cost because, there is no free lunch, Mr. Jenkins, except for 25 million school kids. Try to tell them that. Businesses can reimburse employees, for the fee to get to work since they don't provide them for parking. That's been done in the past. Actually, some number of businesses in town have done that to pay for the bus fee when it was charging. This greatly increases VMTs as part of the problem. If you're going to take somebody somewhere and then go back and give somebody else a ride, then you have to go back to pick them up and bring them home. You're actually doing 4 trips instead of 2 if they were to provide their own transportation. So as far as VMTs, you're greatly increasing and multiplying VMTs. So I don't think there's an incentive there. I would look at, maybe even subsidize low-income families that some are using it to take their kids to school. Just maybe use some of the money to subsidize low-income families to take the school bus to be able to afford the school bus. But don't use the parking garage fees for this. That should be used to build more parking garages or add 2 or 3 stories on the existing garage there at Bellamy. That's what is really needed, and rather than use it for this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mosier. Anybody else here in the room? Yes, Mr. Gregorich.
Good evening, David Gregorich, South Lake Tahoe. I didn't see a map in the staff report. Just wanted to clarify, Zone 3, it says citywide. Does that include up to City Hall? And also, what would be the hours of operation?
Thank you, Mr. Gregorich, and we'll answer that for you at the end of public comment. Anybody else here in the room that would like to give public comment? Seeing none, we'll go to Zoom.
All right, we have Melissa Soderston.
Yes, Melissa Soderston, South Lake Tahoe, made it home now. I'm really excited to see Lake Link expanded to the rest of town. I have been unable to utilize it, and as one who does not own a vehicle, it is really an essential service. I kind of agree with Mr. Mosier. I grew up in Amador County, and we had the Amador Rapid Transit, or ART, and it would, it had several stops throughout the area. You could call it on demand, and it cost $1 to pick you up where you wanted to be picked up. I'm fairly certain that most of us would be willing to pay a nominal fee as long as there was an option for those that truly couldn't afford it to be provided with free transit. Super important. And I also, I had to take an Uber to get to our city hall today for this meeting. Really expensive. And if our city hall is going to be what is essentially outside of our city limits, it is vital that we have public transportation, at least for our city council meetings, so that we can get more people there. And yeah, just want to answer that question as well.
Thank you. No additional public comments, Mayor.
Great, thank you. So we will go ahead and bring this back to council. Let's see, Mr. Robbins.
Yeah, the zone map is in the staff report, page 18. Well, page 17 is the current zone map, page 18 is the future zone map.
And let's just.
And just to bring it back to the SSTMA rep who's here, the map looks like it includes City Hall, but it looks like it's just at the edge of City Hall, and I wasn't clear from the map if the actual City Hall is in Zone 3 or not. Could someone comment on that? Because it looks like it comes right up to the edge of where City Hall is, but I can't quite tell.
The expansion would be citywide. City Hall is in the city limits, so it would come here.
Okay, so, yes.
And the hours, hours of operation.
The map looks
is
just,
also the
it's a
question.
little hard to tell. Because it doesn't include the end of the runway, but no one's taking a ride out there anyway, so I just wasn't clear.
The hours of operations, that question was also asked, Sunday through Thursday, 7 a.m. to 9 p.m., Friday through Saturday, 7 a.m. to 11 p.m.
Great.
The evening
point.
ones, the evening ones would be a challenge, the day ones would be okay, and that is a fair comment. And it's not just, and just to bring it back since we're on comments now, it is a fair point that the hours so far, which are till 9 p.m. during the week with Friday and Saturday till 11, which is an expansion over what we have now, which is good. Still for service workers that are working the evening shifts, especially at restaurants, even if the restaurants close at 9, you have side work that's going to take you until 10, 11 o'clock. The services, including the regular buses, are also not available for a lot of people in the service industry. But I do think the right way to approach this here, for me at least, is to think about this as to make it work, then make it better. And so, I do think we should be looking at expansions and service expansions in time and hours and whatnot. That's not a reason not to expand it a little bit now, because it's not all the way to what we need. It's better to have a lot of what we need than to have nothing. My other concern, though, is, and I do want to raise this for discussion and get the SSTMA's input on this, is that the expansion to Zone 2, I'm somewhat indifferent towards the expansion, and I mean that in the literal sense, not the pejorative sense, towards the expansion to Kingsbury. It's a residential area, fine. The expansion up the shoreline, however, means that, bringing it up over and over again, there are no buses that go to Nevada Beach and Zephyr Cove. And there's no other transit system. There's a little bit from some of the casinos, but that's it. So my concern is that if we expand Lake Link to the beaches, while that is a good thing for tourists, that'll be a hugely overloaded service.
But I think that's part of probably the 3-year agreement with Douglas County, which isn't really under our purview, but they also entered a 3-year agreement, and I would imagine that included the agreement to expand into those areas of Douglas County. So I don't know that we can, tell them Douglas County made these commitments, made this money. It obviously came with the same thing we're getting, which is citywide expansion of the service. They made those commitments with those same commitments. Excuse me. They made that investment with those same commitments. So it's not up for us to try to renegotiate
the zone service, the zone service just is the area of pickup operations. I can get picked up in Zone 3 and dropped off in Zone 2, right? It is universal.
Right.
Like
I'm just saying it's not like for us to consider or try to negotiate their position for what they invested for is just not under our purview.
We have to be cognizant of the fact that their choices are going to seriously or can reasonably be expected.
I'm just saying it's not in front of us to change or try to send back. Anyways, I'll stop. I think I've made my point. Is there anything else, Mr. Robbins? Mr. Roberts.
Are you done? Yeah.
Thank you.
No, I just wanted to say that the progress of the community on this SSTMA and TTD and whatnot, and Douglas County has been amazing. Adding in these zones, I think it will potentially shorten down the VMTs because they're now going shorter distances. I think this is a huge addition. The new extensions is also a huge addition. I think the idea of starting to charge money is a little bit of the cart before the horse. Let's develop this system the way we want it, and then we can, and I know there's already conversations to revisit it for charging in the future, but I think I don't want to slow down this progress that's being made. It's amazing. And maybe as we continue this, maybe we'll make El Dorado County look bad. Maybe they'll step up finally.
I like that. Mr. Jenkins.
I want to go back to a question that Mr. Loberg raised. I too agree that if we're going to buy vehicles, that to the extent that they're available in our city first, our county second, our state, that those vehicles, and I think that's what we need to tell the JPA, though, that I want us to purchase those vehicles. They're here too for the reasons that were articulated, and I hope that we are moving in that direction. Secondly, Montana, I don't know. The other thing is, because of the benefit to the private sector, we already have commitments from Barton. Over time, it seems to me that we have a TID also in this city, and that there's revenue collected. There probably should be some conversations with them about contribution to this system as another private sector partner as we move forward with contributions. And I know Mr. Bendel, I know him personally and whatever, but that'll be an interesting conversation. But I think we're actually going to have a conversation soon on February 10th about the TID. So that might be helpful. And I agree also with the comment Mr. Moser made that over time, as we're in the this is not meant in the pejorative, but in the euphoria of public transit, that we continue to look at, we need more parking facilities in this city to put people in so they're not parking in people's neighborhoods in front of their houses, including those that would in some cooperative relationship with Heavenly and others. Charging in the future, long term, we have to look at all the partners paying some component, but I do agree with the Mayor Pro Tem that in the beginning we start slow and we move toward the goal of a financial stability. But we always have to keep financial stability in mind because there's no free lunch unless you're in school.
Great. Ms. Horgan, is there any?
Just echoing everything that everyone has said. I think when we first moved near Tahoe Keys, the option to use Lake Link was very limited, and it expanded, and now it's expanded again, and it's something that my family will use. I think a nominal fee is something in the future to consider because this is a tremendous benefit, but it's also a tremendous expense, and it's something that we should certainly keep in the background. The other thought that I have moving forward, because there were challenges with us getting Lake Link rides when we started to use them. Now it seems as we're expanding, there will be more people interested in using the service, and they may also find that the rides that they would like to take are not available. So as we expand, I hope that we can continue to discuss with community what their experience is, when they want to use it, are they able to use it? Just in general, as we expand and spend more money, I hope that we'll continue to get public comment and maybe survey riders, I actually think it's the people that can't get the ride that we need to capture. Because that was our experience when we first started looking at having teenagers and how are they going to get around the city is, I said just use Lake Link. Oh, it's not going to work. just because you couldn't get the ride that you needed. And so I want to make sure moving forward that we keep that as a guiding principle, that we're talking to the people that have tried to access this and have not been able to, and have that inform us moving forward.
Great, thank you. Yeah, so all the comments are great. I agree with most of them. This to me is really us kind of putting a final piece together of a major transition that has been made over really the past 7 years. When I joined the TTD board as well as council, our transit was really, it didn't exist almost, and there wasn't a real effort from Heavenly. We really had issues at the TTD, and it's really awesome to see where we're at now, and we've been able to consolidate some of the main lines to have 50 be so much more efficient, and the microtransit is really what's going to make the main line function really well. And it makes also LakeLink function so much better because it's in zones where your wait time from LakeLink, because it's only taking you from, Tahoe Keys to the nearest mainline point, it really has started to make the system efficient. And I think what you're talking about with, there's been people that just can't access it. Well, that's because so much of the city is just blocked out of the app. You have to be within that zone. Now it's citywide. So we are going to see user, the ridership come up massively, and that's going to start to make wait times go up a lot. But when it first launched, wait times were, 60, 80, 120 minutes sometimes. And what you really had to know was just to order your ride that far ahead. And I would use it to go to the mountain, and you just knew that. You're like up on Sky, all right, I'm going to ride 4 more lifts, fine, we'll go ahead and get LakeLink to come to the lodge right now because it was that far out. But anyways, this is just, I think, a really great thing. One thing I want to point out about the funding side of it, with the parking garage bonds being paid off, most of that funding, which from my recollection, about $830,000 a year, was going into our enterprise fund because it was paying out the bonds. And so this isn't really us pulling funds out of the general fund. It's funding that could be going to general fund, no doubt, but it is funding that has been there from parking garage revenue that now we don't have to pay bonds. And to me, it just makes all the sense in the world that that's a transit commitment, especially as our partners that are our neighbors to the east that Douglas County has made. And so anyways, I just think it really is a great thing. And my hat's off as well to Jim Marino. I live on Highway 50. I can see the half hour, the half hour, sorry, it's late, but I'm seeing the half hour, I'm just drawing blanks on that. Headways, that's the word I was looking for, excuse me. So anyways, with that, I will look for a motion, and whoever'd like to make it.
I'll make a motion. I move to authorize and direct the mayor to execute the amended and restated funding agreement with SSTMA for $3,050,000 to provide 3 years of microtransit service, including expansion citywide, and 2, pass a resolution appropriating an additional $200,000 for microtransit service from parking garage revenues into account 520-05320-44032 contributions/sponsorships.
Second.
I'd like to make a final comment.
Yes.
Just I agree with Councilman Jenkins about looking at trying to get some of the TID funds. And also as this, now we have an improved system where the ridership is going to come up and the funding off of that ridership is going to improve. But the TID, once this system is up to the level that we all envision it to be, the businesses are going to benefit greatly. But on the turn of that is why this is such an important issue, is because we want them to benefit greatly.
Absolutely. And before we vote, actually, Mr. Proctor may want to address just the Montana issue with the tags. It has been addressed before, but maybe you just for the public's efficacy.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Chris Proctor, SSTMA Chair for the record. You could all imagine when we were first, saw the picture of a Montana plate, we did a lot of research on that. And so the best analogy I can give you is if you go to rent a car from Enterprise or any rental company, there's times where those cars have out-of-state plates. Now, that's a fleet decision, and that's how they best use those. We did not bring a vehicle into California and use that vehicle in operations. We leased that vehicles because we had a vehicle down. So something we're going to be very cognizant of because the optics aren't great, even if we have a good explanation. So I appreciate the taxpayer for bringing it to my attention. But it's it is something that's pretty common, and we don't have a lot of control. Downtowner is our operator, and so they source vehicles wherever they can get them, and a lot of times they have to lease them.
Great, thank you so much.
And I could
Go
just,
right ahead.
a couple things, because there's some really great points. You know, we've already had meetings with TRPA, TTD, and others to talk about funding and payment for use, you know, and it's a tough one because there are some government regulations that prevent us from doing that, and there's a lot of equity concerns around that. So the conversations are ongoing, and we are interested in seeing if there's a way we can charge some fares, both at the fixed transit and microtransit level. And then I think it was already mentioned, but I just wanted to reiterate, the idea of having 3 zones now should increase efficiencies, because right now you could take a ride from, you know, north of Zephyr Cove to Grocery Outlet. You know, that's a long ride. That could take that vehicle out of service for however long that takes, given traffic. Now with interzonal and interzonal, we can make that more efficient. And I think the other net outcome of this, which is in the packet, is we currently have 6 vehicles operating right now. Our off-peak service operates 6 vehicles. During the summer, that goes to 7. This funding will add 3 more vehicles to the system. So I think we'll learn a lot. We'll have a lot of efficiencies and economies of scale. And so with the headways being the number one thing we want to look at. And then finally, I think Ms. Roverud added into this agreement that we do track our customer feedback. It's been solidly at a 4.89 out of 5. That'll be a metric that we can come back and report on too, because we want to make sure that the customers, ultimately the end users, are satisfied. So I hope that addressed some of the questions from the council.
Thank you so
Appreciate
much,
the
Mr.
opportunity.
Proctor. Yes. If you need to, but let's go. I mean, Mr. Jenkins, I don't want to. If you got a question, go for it. But if it's critical, but we can.
No, I just want to say that I appreciate Douglas County stepping up and doing their part.
That's great comment. We can vote.
We have a motion, don't
we? Yeah.
Yeah, but the whole thing. The dashes, the
All right.
numbers, the whole thing.
And let's see.
The detail.
Moving on to item 11, please don't make us make a motion to go past 10. Please make a motion. No, I'm just kidding. This is going to be the interim city manager contract and salary schedule revision. And this will be Mrs. Ember Buckman.
Yes, good evening again, Mayor and council members. This item is to request council approval of the employment contract for Hillary Roverud as interim city manager, effective February 18th, 2026, while the city recruits for a permanent city manager. The contract is for 6 months and 1 week, or until a new city manager is hired. The contract does provide a 10% increase over her current salary, resulting in $21,349 per month, with existing benefits continued and calculated based on the new salary. Council is also asked to approve an amendment to the city salary schedule to reflect the approved interim city manager compensation. Hillary's experience will ensure continuity and a seamless transition during this process, and funding is currently available in the city manager's budget for this purpose. So I will go ahead and turn it over to council with any questions.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Buckman. Any questions? No questions? Great. Great. Thank you so much. We are going to go ahead and open this up to public comment for anybody here in the room that would like to give public comment on this item. Mr. Gregorich.
Oh, good evening. One of the good decisions City Council made during Mr. Irvin's tenure was re-adding the Assistant City Manager position. Lindsay Baker originally filled that, and now Ms. Roverud. I think that's been a tremendous assistance to Joe and the city. Overall improved efficiency of city operations, and it gives you a natural internal option to fill this role while you recruit for Joe's replacement. So that's very positive.
Thank you so much, Mr. Gregorich. Anybody else here in the room? Seeing none, we'll go to Zoom.
No additional public comments, Mayor.
Great. Bringing it back for a motion.
Mr. Mayor. Oh,
sure.
Well, comment, sorry, not question, I waited for comments. I forgot my eye drops today, so I don't see Hillary in the room. Is she with us? Oh, see, this is the problem with sitting on this side of the. Yeah. Well, not for long, apparently.
She'll just be with the other kids.
You'll be with the the other kids, the other kids' table. I do hope to see Hillary applying for the city manager job. I think she'd be a strong option in the recruitment process for whom we just selected a recruitment firm. But I'd very much, just as a comment, I'd very much like to see her name in the candidates.
All right, well, can somebody make a motion?
I make a motion, Mr. Mayor, that we approve the contract salary revision. And let's see, I want to try to do as well as Mr. Robbins, that we pass a resolution authorizing directing the mayor to execute an agreement with Assistant City Manager Hillary Roverwood for position of interim city manager and approving the revised salary schedule, which I don't think you really have to do, but anyway, for interim city manager, but I support it. And that's it.
I second.
All right, we got a motion and a second.
Okay, come on, little thing here. Move. This, would you tell this cursor to behave? There, right. Oh, thank you, miss. Thank you.
That motion unanimously carries.
Great. All right, with that, we're moving on to our agenda planning calendar. So, Mr. Irvin.
Yeah, I'll just highlight a few things, Mr. Mayor. 2 presentations will be presented at the beginning of February 10th meeting, and that's 9 a.m. One's the John Stewart Company on the Sugar Pine Village tenant selection and compliance protocol, and the other is the TID annual report. And then we have VHR ordinance first reading, and I'll leave it at that for now.
Thank you so much.
Let's ask a question on the TID. I assume it's not just to receive and file, that if the council wished to take action in regard to it, that the agenda item would have the ability of the council to act other than just saying yay or nay. I assume that we have discretion in what we do with that item when it comes before us. And that's been the assumption I've had for a long time, and I think it's very important because of some things that all of us.
I would say, yeah, that how we've handled that in the past. They present on their year-end reports for what they've done with the money collected through the assessment. In the past, LTVA has accompanied them with an update as well, and council has had the privilege to ask any questions you want.
Well, and also to provide whatever direction we want. That's what I think is important. And I would hope that the item is put in a manner that we can provide direction, because I think that's our role. And it's not saying that we would disagree, but it gives us direction, because some of us are hearing different things, and maybe we'll have questions,
Sure.
or maybe we'd want to have a conversation that we can actually act on and not just talk about.
Yeah.
Okay.
We'll draft it in that way.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Manager.
Great. Are
You're
there any
welcome.
other questions from council on the APC? I don't see any. We're going to
I have announcements, but
not do it in, or,
agenda items, but announcements.
yeah, that's fine. We'll do it in council member reports. Great. With that, we're going to go ahead and move on to updates and announcements. This will be Mrs. Stroud.
This time, thank you.
Great. Ms. Blankenship?
Just really quick about the Student Arts, Culture, and Tourism Commission appointee. I did reach out to Justin Zunino. He was going to post the announcement there, and I reached out to LTCC, and Kelsey Magoon was also going to post the listing at LTCC for me. So that's all I have. We're just waiting for applications to come in, and we'll bring that back the second meeting in February.
Great. All right. And then let's see, go into council member reports. I'll start with Mr. Robbins.
Something I was chatting briefly with Councilmember Jenkins about was the National League of Cities. I know we're a member of the League of California Cities, but apparently we're not a member of the National League of Cities. And I was wondering I was thinking that might be a good idea, because the League of California Cities conferences have been surprisingly informative and surprisingly useful.
So
I'm wondering if there was any thoughts on.
I'll support you in that, and I think we already had this. Yeah, we do have direction. So it happened because I went to Washington, D.C. 2 years ago, and it was actually the National League of Cities Conference. I was there with TRPA, but I went ahead and attended, even though we weren't members. I just paid for it myself. And it is something that's great. I will say, It's made up of a much larger cities, so we are kind of a small city in that world, but it's not a bad thing. I think it's something that's great to be a part of, but again, it is like, I think they do DC and then they do like the somewhere else, Atlanta or Tampa. So it's kind of a big travel thing in a sense.
But
Not much more than Los
I'll
Angeles.
just, Hillary did a lot of research on this and what the cost is, so we'll just send a briefing email to the council to
Perfect,
see.
perfect.
We already figured out the
I
cost.
agree. So just so we're sure here, I agree with Mr. Councilmember Robbins and the mayor that while the state organization deals with state issues largely, although some federal, National League of Cities deal with federal issues so that we can capture opportunities. The NLC historically has done. I agree.
Yeah, and I mean, just to put it in context, like I went to my first League of California Cities conference in my first year, and I went there with every intention of an expectation of finding it a complete waste of time, and it wasn't. It just wasn't. It was great.
Yeah,
it was
absolutely.
super informative and it really helpful. And
Any other items
There's
from
no
you?
way around that. The only other thing I wanted to mention was that the next meeting, February something, I will be out of town and attending remotely.
Okay, good to know. Mr. Jenkins?
Well, when I have it.
No, this is for the agenda.
No, this is for council member comments or reports, if you'd like a second, or
And-
any reports.
On the reports. So wait a minute, if I want to have something on the agenda, is that coming later?
No, that's right now.
Okay, this right now. What I would like the council to do is to appoint an ad hoc council committee to discuss with Supervisor Lane, the El Dorado County, and our community partners, both public and private, the possible reuse of the existing city recreation center for either public and or private events. I know there was actions taken in the past, but the past is the past. And I've had a number of contacts from private and public service organizations and others who are looking for spaces. I'm not saying that I know whether this is feasible or whether El Dorado County or TRPA or the president or whoever makes those decisions, but I would like us to at least take a look at what might be an opportunity, because buildings cost a lot of money, and we have a building there. The building department, building officials have said it's safe as it sits. I've had a conversation with Supervisor Lane. I wasn't committing us. I was just interested in her perspective. So I'd appreciate if we could have an item discussion of that, just an update on that.
So I guess because I was here through all of this and when we did the 56-acre plan, I guess it's not that I don't support where you're going with this. I think that the right pathway to it is that you need to get Ms. Lane and the county and the Board of Supervisors to basically be willing to do that, because they own that property now. We handed it to them, and I think that maybe they are, but it's not, our discussion can't really guide them. Let's try to see if they're hopefully willing to do it.
Well,
and if they are, I think you're right, repurposing it and reusing it rather than demolishing it.
I've spoken with our former mayor and now chair of the Board of Supervisors, and she understands, with the help of our city management, the previous agreement, but I think without putting words in her mouth, that she would at least entertain having a conversation, and that we have a conversation with our community who's very interested in space that's needed for public and private uses. This might be an opportunity. It may come to nothing, but at least have a conversation on it before we spend how much, I don't know, to tear it all down.
Well, but the thing is that we need, and it's not, I totally agree with you, but I think we need to have the county say that they're even willing to do that before we have the
Seek and ye shall
conversation.
find, ask and it shall be given. And I think that's what, that's, Mr. Mayor, that's respectfully, that's what I'm saying is, I think we go to them and say, hey, would you like to have a conversation? That's all. So I'd like to have an item on the agenda that would do that. If there's a second.
I agree.
Good. All right, there you are.
Thank you.
I think
So-
I agree. I didn't quite follow all that, but it doesn't matter.
So
I'll
let's,
ask you for the details.
That's fine. Yeah, ask me to read the details.
Mr. Jenkins, is there any other items?
Yes, something I know is coming forward, but I'm getting restless, and I know there are members in the community who are restless about this. I'd like an update and next steps for redevelopment of the Chateau project, and the use, and specifically a discussion of using of existing state tools that are available through EFID and TID, not TIFs, tax increment financing. I'd like a discussion with the opportunity to get the owners and say, where are we going? How are we working together? What do you need? And to achieve, because this putting off thing is disturbing, and I think we need to come to a point where we know where they are specifically, and then we get prepared to take what action we may need to take in regard to this matter. And I don't think we should be sitting back any longer. I think we need to tell them where we want them to go with them or without them. That's just, so actually the simple thing is, I'd just like to have an update on the redevelopment of the Chateau and the use of state, existing state redevelopment light state tools, including TIF and EFID. And I'd be happy to help in any way. I have some familiarity with those, and in helping and developing the report if it's necessary.
We had this scheduled in October. It got pushed off because a lot of things were getting pushed off in October, November, December. But I'll work with Ms. Roveru, and we'll call for the report on the team to come give the presentation update. Because everything you're asking for, they've done.
Well, and yeah, everything except we keep finding them because they're not doing more, as you've told me and others have told me about it. So I want to move beyond finding and move to what is your plan? What is the specifics? Who's financing it? And what is the timeline? And what do you need from us to make it happen? Not taxpayers' money, but what do you need what do you need to move this forward? So it's not another 20 years that we wait to move this thing forward.
Ms. Organ.
Thank you very much.
I want to thank the city for sending me to the League of California Cities new council members, new mayor and new council members conference last week. I also found it very informative and interesting, and the networking also was something I'm not usually game for, but being that city is new to me, I tried to make as many contacts as I could. So I tried to take advantage of that opportunity. For agenda planning calendar, I'd like at some point after the rec center is online to revisit the contract that we have with the ice rink, based on my experience and others' experience of the quality of the website, the telephone issues, and getting service when you're at the ice rink. So that would be the one.
I agree with you. Yeah,
Okay.
she got 3.
Did they do the when meetings go off the rails skit when you were there? That one is good. That's the best part. Yeah.
Nice. Probably. Anyways, I won't even make a comment. Mayor Pro Tem Roberts.
Yeah, I just had a couple things. So at the last JPA, California Tahoe Emergency Services Operations Authority, I just wanted to congratulate Councilwoman Horgan. I don't think they were ready for all of her questions, and actually using their own terminology. So I think they're really excited having her on the team. So that was a great plus. Also, on February 12th, the South Tahoe Lodges Association will have their all-members meeting, and they've asked me to speak on the current events in the city.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Roberts. For me, the only thing for APC, I would like us to see, recently Liberty Energy has shut down their facility that takes payments here, as well as not providing a kiosk at any one of our supermarkets, CVS, anything, and I think it's just absurd that they have done that. And so I'd like us to actually submit a letter, not only to Liberty, but to the California Public Utilities Commissions on the behalf of the city, and I'll sign it as the mayor. So if I have the support for that, great. It's unbelievable. They're giving people notices that they're turning off their power right now, but you have nowhere to go pay your bill. And you can only pay, I believe, $1,200 at a time and only up to 4 payments a day. So there's people like in businesses it's a really unbelievable situation.
We're asking for an agenda item to come back to talk about it, or are you just asking for council for permission for a letter?
So I already got the permission, but yes, I'm clarifying because I need a second to be able to bring something back as council. Right.
Okay, so it's an agenda item. Got it.
That's right. Yeah.
You wait for that agenda, just to cover, for that agenda item, do you want staff to prepare a letter that we can sign off on?
Yeah, but that'll bring
I
it
think
back
that'd be-
for.
Rather than us having a
that's right.
discussion, then having them come back, I think we can.
Exactly.
I think they
And I'll-
Bring a draft and
Spanish.
bring a draft to the
100%.
agenda item.
That's exactly right.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Jenkins, you have one more comment? Let's-
Yeah, I just wanted to say, I attended the fire department recognition event at Margaritaville, and Terry and I did, and I was extremely impressed with our fire chief, with the fire personnel, with the recipients. They did a fantastic job. The recognition given to them, and I know our other Chief Roberson was there, and I just want to say it was a tremendous night. It's impressive what they do, and the collaboration that they have among themselves. It's wonderful. The second thing is, I have my first LAFCO meeting tomorrow, 3:30 in Placerville, and so I just got the agenda today, the packet, and
we got 10:01. So with that, meeting adjourned. I'll see you at TRPA at 8:30 a.m.
oh, the car's fast. It's fast.
What's the?
Clock is a minute.
Oh, you know what we forgot? I forgot. We should have thanked